What's up, guys? How's it going today, man? Y'all doing all right? Welcome back in. Welcome back in. Hope y'all are doing okay, man. Today is the launch. It is the launch of Town Hall. I was up all night on VK and planning, so now I'm ready to launch this thing. I think I got a nice little thing going. So as for right now, what I'm looking at, let me go ahead and get it. So let me get the panel link up. Just a moment, boys. Just a moment. What's up, N-Word? Robert Whaley, Mad Matt, Corey Barton. The legends, bro. The legends, dude. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. All right. There's a panel link. Pinning that to the top. Anybody want to jump in, you're more than welcome to. You guys know what the game is. I'm just going to be hanging out in the meantime, waiting on some folks to join in. See if we can get something shaken for right now. So this is what I was working on. So I have a shitload of prompts, right, for each of these. So this is my little spinny wheel, okay? Each one has like a generic topic, and I got a wild card as well. Wild card's got like 10 or 11 different prompts on it, but each of these have at least 4, right? So you just spin that before debate, boom, LGBTQ. So LGBTQ comes up. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to get something like this that doesn't look so corny, but for right now, you know, I'm just running with what I got, right? So we got LGBTQ. Under LGBTQ, I have, should people be proud of basic instinct? Are people born gay? What do other people need? Why do other people need to affirm transgenderism? And why do women feel offended when confused with a transgender man? Oh, that's what's going on. That's what's going on. My bad, dude. Sorry. I didn't have my headset all the way on. Yeah, it's because I had my headset all the way over on the desk. I forgot I didn't put it on. How's that? Is that better? Check 1 2. Let me know how it sounds now. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's just my headset. I don't have like an actual mic. You know what I mean? This is just the best that I got. It's what I'm working with right now. You know. But yeah, man. So this is it. We have a bunch. I have all these prompts. I have this shit saved too. Check. All good, Bass Tweaker. All good, man. All right, so wild cards, kind of like a random bag, you know. I had a bunch of people jump in. I did actually do a stream earlier today. I forget what time I started that shit. I think I started it at about like 7 or 8 o'clock. And yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. Trust me. We'll see how many people jump in. We'll see what the turnout is for this. Yeah, it was early. Well, I was up all night, dude. Because I'll be completely honest with you. When I jumped into VK, I thought that I thought my ass was gonna get knocked out really soon, you know, and it didn't work out that way.
I ended up being in that bitch until like 5 or 6 in the morning, or 4 or 5 in the morning, something like that. No, it's 5 or 6, and then I jumped over to Jess's panel. Yeah, VK is fun, dude. I'm like most definitely gonna do that again next week. But so right, exactly. He's a vampire. But jumped over to Jess's, then kicked off a live and just kind of wanted to run through this and get some stuff together for it. Got a bunch of really good prompts for each of these categories. I think this is like a good starting place. Trying to think of like the actual structure of it. Now, I want to do kind of like if we can get 10 people to be a part of this thing each week, like each Saturday, right? That'd be clutch. 10 people, do it double elim. We do it like tournament style, double elim, and whoever comes out on top comes out on top. Corey Barton, what's going on, my man? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
What's up, my friend? How are we doing today?
Dude. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing real good, bro. Just another day, another dollar.
Easy
See if
now.
I can possibly make 2, bro.
Don't tell everybody you're making that much.
Yeah, right. I know, dude. I know. They'll come shaking cups at me. You know what I'm saying?
Change.
Yeah, that's right. You working right now, cuz?
Oh, no, I'm off now.
Good for you, bro.
Yeah. I would plan to change my wife's brake pads, but I'm going to do that tomorrow morning, early.
Let's, how about this? While we wait for some folks to come in, you want to do like a verse of the day and just talk it over?
No, I'm so down.
I could use some Jesus right now, bro.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Check this out. Oh. Every day's a good day for the word, man. Every day.
I agree.
All right. So I haven't looked at it yet. Blessings crown the head of the righteous, but violence overwhelms the mouth of the wicked. Ooh.
That's a good one.
That's a really good one.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Especially with Donald Trump. What didn't he just make peace with the Congo and is it Rwanda people?
Rwanda?
Yeah, Rwanda. That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was a couple days ago, but it's good to start seeing some peace come together around the world.
Oh yeah, 100%. See, that's not something that any of these other administrations do, bro.
It's
these
not
other
profitable.
These other administrations, they see conflict starting and they go, all right, we're going to fund both sides until we figure out which one's going to make us the most money, and that's it. You know what I mean? These people don't care about human life.
It's really crazy how many recent conflicts, if you trace them back, there's money on both sides.
No, 100%.
I mean, it's not funny, but it's kind of disgusting.
It's peculiar.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Right, and that's for me, the big thing for me with all that, right, is these people, they champion human rights and they champion sticking up for little folks. But then when you see the kind of things that they're throwing money at and the things that they're funding, they don't give a fuck.
No.
It's a bargaining chip. There's endless blood being spilled overseas.
Yep.
Right? Like, do you think these people actually really care about the benefit of the American population?
No.
It's insane to me to conflate those two things. And of course, like, Words have can have serious consequences. Yeah. Oh yeah, they sure can, bro. They sure
But
can.
I would say, Mad Max. I think you should have stuck with the first one. Words have serious consequences. I wouldn't even put the can. They do have serious consequences. It may not be all be bad, but I mean, words have serious consequence.
Yeah, that's a good point, bro. Not all consequences are bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
make sure you're ready to face them when you say it.
Right. Right. Righteousness, man. Right. Righteousness is that path, dude. We're all trying to do it, you know? We all fall short. None of us will live all Proverbs 10 in a nutshell. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that
word. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Proverbs is one that I probably should get more familiar with. Like I do a lot of deep dives into Matthew and a couple of other ones, but Proverbs is one that I definitely need to do a deep dive into.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've heard individual scripture from Proverbs, but it's one that I don't know too well.
Fair.
But if it's got bangers like this one, then I'm gonna have to get into it.
Oh, 100%, dude. Well, Proverbs is like commonly regarded as having the most wisdom out of the Old Testament.
Oh yeah.
Like that's like the wisdom textbook. Kind of like how I guess it's not really equitable at all, but I'd say like the Book of James, right? Like the Book of James is really highly revered. And the Sermon on the Mount, you know?
Oh yeah.
That was massive. We'll see how long it takes for some folks to get up in here. Tell your friends, and your friends' friends.
Tell your neighbors, tell your aunt and uncles.
Oh yeah.
Tell the guy that's delivering your mail. Tell the Amazon people.
Yeah. Yeah. Your dog.
Well,
you know?
since you got this pulled up, scroll on down. How much are the thoughts on today's verse? Or I guess like.
All right. So thoughts on today's verse: righteousness brings us great blessings. Violence becomes its own vile reward, bringing to those who use it what they have done to others. So what's our choice? Righteousness or wickedness? Blessings or violence? Encouragement or a foul mouth? The real choice is whether or not we let God define character and not our selfish culture or our own self-interest or our desire to get even. My prayer: Holy God, I want to live the kind of life that pleases you, a life of righteous character, gracious compassion, and faithful love. Father, I want to bring your kingdom and your grace to others, and I want to help others see that violence is destructive to themselves, to others, and also to the little children. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Woo!
Good Lord.
That went in, dude.
What's this site? What's this site?
This is just called verseoftheday.com, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna start doing this on a daily basis. That's pretty good.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Devotionals. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Devotionals.
What's also
interesting? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What's also interesting is reading Malachi and Matthew and seeing how it flows into the New Testament. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Not Hornets yet, Base Tweaker. But I did in the other. Wait, is the one you invited me to? Is that Hornets Discord? If it is, then yeah, I did already. Yeah.
If not, I'll be the leftist for today.
Hey man, it's good to learn how to argue their points. Yeah. I posted it. Yeah, I did. And we'll see what happens, man. You know, look, like I didn't have any. Yeah. So I don't have like real big expectations, man. I'm just kind of hanging out today, bro. If no one comes in and we don't really get like a whole bunch of people in, man, we can still just fuck around.
I
We
was
still
gonna
have a
say,
good stream, dude. You know what I mean?
me and you can go back and forth, and we'll spin the wheel, and me and you can try and pick a side and debate.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we can run some of these
Work on
prompts.
some skills.
This is all just a test run, man. You know what I mean? Like I'm not I'm not holding anything like real close to heart. Right, exactly, bro. Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a skill I need to work on is being able to argue the side that I don't understand.
100%, dude. It's tough too.
Because
It's
Base
tough.
Tweaker's it seems like he's really good at that because he doesn't really have to lean on like knowing a topic. He can kind of look at it and be able to formulate an argument that's it's
It's
probably a
cogent.
loose way to describe it, but he's got a general enough argument that he's able to, still be able to counter.
Oh yeah. Ashton, what's going on, my man? Good to see you, bro. Glad to see you in here. Always, always, always.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, bro. Come on, whenever.
me and Ashton are going to debate whether fat people exist.
Oh shit. Well, if it's any consolation, dude, fucking Duck won the debate against me last night. It was super close. It was real close. It was 2 judges to 1, and one of the judges I was down 1 point. So it was very close, man. I'll take another whack at it sometime, you know what I mean? But yeah, Ashton, anytime, bro. Come on up. Dude, I don't know if you're still watching, but check this out, dude. So this is let me see here. 1 second. Angry Beaver, nice.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That. Hey, bro, thanks for coming in, bro. Appreciate you stopping by, dude, for real. Thank you. Yeah, we're still waiting on some folks to get in and jump in and argue and fight and grab the torches and pitchforks. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna see where it goes. But the fix was in. Nah, dude, I don't think so.
Ashton, I'll have to argue whether you exist or not. If you think you're fat, I think I can still argue that.
Yeah. So Ashton, this is. Did they? Yeah. I mean, even Grid said he thought that I won. But,
yeah.
Yeah. But like, what are you gonna do, right? Like, I'm a good sport. You know, it is what it is. Cheers. I gave my GGs to Duck, and we parted ways amicably. You know what I'm saying? So. You know, I take my losses like a big boy. It's all right. But so Ashton, check this out. I was working on this morning. I have a bunch of different topics on here, and each topic has like a handful of prompts for each one. You just go in here, you click it, it'll spin, something will come up. Fat people, right?
See, it's meant to be.
Yeah. So for fat people, I have 4 prompts for that one. So I got, is being morbidly obese beautiful? Should people be more conscious of their health? Is fat acceptance good for society? Or what is better, acceptance or self-improvement?
Ashton, see, the thing is, you don't exist, so your doctor can't exist. So therefore, fat people don't exist.
Oh, Ashton, yeah, I don't even want to talk about where I'm at, dude. I'm considered like overweight. Apparently, I mean, I'm not skinny, but I'm not like super fat. You know, it's pretty interesting.
Well, to be fair, a lot of it is I could see a lot of it going haywire with the stuff they put in our food.
Yeah, 100%. No, Mad Matt, so I don't have a wheel for the prompts. What I was thinking was, we'll let the wheel decide the topic, and then, at least for right now, we have That's fair. That's fair. I mean, hey, Beaver. Like right now, dude. I'm. This is my first time doing this. I'm just kind of like, I'm just cranking the bat. You know what I mean? I'm gonna see where the ball lands. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. We're gonna let this thing kind of mold into what it needs to be. You know what I mean? No, I appreciate it, bro. For real. Yeah. Yeah. No, I for real appreciate it. So, you said the fourth one.
That'd be pretty wild, Mad Max. A freaking debate simulator.
I could, since I already have one about like acceptance when it comes to the fat people thing. What do you guys have another prompt I could put in the fourth one? What is, because it's what is better, acceptance or self improvement? And I already have the one right before that. Is fat acceptance good for society?
Ooh.
But anyway, sorry, Matt. I meant to answer your question earlier, bro. I don't have a wheel for the prompts. What I was thinking is, at least just for right now, what I would do is I'd spin the wheel for the topic, and then I would just choose a prompt myself, right? Or like list them out and see which one. Yeah, that's cool. That's good. That's good.
That's it. Yeah, Angry Beaver. That's a good one.
That's good. Yeah.
Or hear this one, Angry Beaver. What about, is there any aspect of being fat that's good for someone? Like, can you make the positive argument? Is there any beneficial reason to be fat?
We can, yeah. So I guess that's really what the debate would come down to, is like, whoever can come up with a reason why being fat is good for someone. Yeah. No, that's clutch. Yep. Thank you, Beaver. I appreciate the input, dude. Yeah.
And it back on.
I replaced that fourth one with what you said. But yeah, so I don't know, like, what do y'all think, man? Like, should I spin the wheel and then let the two people who are debating decide on the prompt, or should I just choose it myself?
I would probably say spin the wheel, but I would also add, if we don't have a lot of people, it may also be beneficial to let the two parties see what they want to debate, so that way they don't feel pressured into debate something they don't want to.
Give an A and a B option. That's not bad, dude.
Maybe that's
let
good.
Chat decide,
good.
Bro. Put a poll in chat and see which one chat wants to decide.
I was gonna say that is a good.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just hammering everything out right now, man. You know, like, still trying to decide how to do this, because my thing is, right, like, I want as much chat engagement as I can possibly get, while at the same time keeping things entertaining. You know, keep all prompts at 4 or 6 and roll a dice. Oh yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I got a poker set around here it's got a set of dice in it. I need to find that shit.
If you can't, I bet you can find a website that allows you to spin a dice.
Ooh, can surgery methods or medication alone overcome obesity with no exercise? What is it, the right choice, and why? See, that would be something that's something I think could be fleshed out in a longer format debate. You know what I mean?
That'd be a good debate. Like, especially with
wheel
people
and dice would keep it chaotic and spicy. Yeah, dude. No, you're right. Yeah, I need to find that poker set. I got a poker set. It's got, a bunch of chips and stuff, and it's got a set of dice in there. I just need to find it. It's somewhere around this motherfucker. I don't know where it is. Should Tweaker be a mod for lower class? Well, are we not meant is a mod, bro, and you guys would be fighting over the clash of the wrenches up in this bitch, dude. You know what I'm saying? You can download a dice roller and get anything. Oh, yeah, dude. There's probably like some kind of. Here, hold on. Oh, bro, clutch. Google has a dice roller.
How convenient.
Yeah, that's amazing. Nice. Okay. And it's got a bunch of different sides of dice, too. What's up, Emmett? Welcome back in, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you for coming back in. Oh, got it. Okay. I'm around enough to know what a high percentage of shatters in debate shows. Yeah, no, 100%, dude. Yeah. Like, for real, dude, this channel is not even a month old. You know what I mean? I'm still learning the ropes. I'm still getting everything down, still trying to settle this stuff up. So I know there's a lot of people in this space that have a lot more experience than me. So I'm going into this with the eyes of a child, man. I'm willing to try whatever. And really, like with Town Hall, like I'm just kind of starting this thing out. I'm just going to be throwing shit at the wall until something sticks. You know what I mean? And if the first thing sticks, that works. But outside of that, you know, any advice and help that I can get with this is greatly appreciated, bro. All right, we can give it till about, we'll give it another like half hour-ish, right? We'll get like an hour into stream. If we don't have a bunch of folks up in here, Corey, me and you can just go back and forth.
I'm down.
Until some folks jump in, you know?
Let me go ahead and pull up Chat GPT. No, I'm just kidding.
There you go. Yeah.
Gotta get my Ryan impression on.
That's funny. Yeah, if Abe can make it in, I don't know if Abe's gonna make it in because he was up real late like me. Really, bro? Oh, sorry. No shit. $100 million lawsuit from, and you know what's crazy is like it's probably not gonna go anywhere.
Probably not.
It's not gonna go anywhere because they start the beginning of every show with everyone in this show is a fictional character. Even if it resembles somebody in real life, it is not them.
Remember, Tom Cruise tried when that Scientology came out? Yeah, that.
Oh, I'm getting a call. Hold on.
But hey, another lawsuit under their belt. I don't think I know who Rachel Ziegler is, though. Zegler? There we go.
What up?
I'm not seeing this obesity.
Oh, really? Call me big. You doing me covered me perfect. As I just got in the door with the kids, so if you hear me yelling at children,
well, it's good practice.
Yeah. I handle lefties like I handle my kids.
Boy, I will say most lefties, that's why they avoid it. Oh, okay, the new Snow White lady. That makes sense.
Oh, making fun of that. Making fun of Ziggler.
Yeah, I heard that Snow White movie ain't gonna do too well. I heard the little person community didn't like the AI dwarfs either.
No, Jinx was kind of screwed that up for all the little people.
Yeah, like you only get so many roles for little people, and they just get shit on by AI.
Like, I thought it was funny because even the one wrestler, like Hornswoggle,
Mm-hmm.
he did a podcast with like those guys on there, and he even said it like flat out. He's like, "Fucking Dinklage? No, fuck him."
Yeah, like that's insane. You want diversity, and then you're like, well, I don't really care about little people. We'll just go AI. Be like, wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
Private calling.
crazy anymore.
Yeah, well, Disney, they pick and choose the people they want to accept into their oppressed people.
Into their classes.
Yeah, they gotta pick and choose, Ever since that Mulan stunt where they went to China and filmed in that, I think, Uyghur camp.
Oh, yeah.
Disney's like, we accept this oppression. This oppression's different. Yeah, I was gonna say Alice in Wonderland. That's a wild story concept, Mad Max. Because like Alice in Wonderland's so bizarre. Oh, I would love that. Andrew Wilson playing the caterpillar. Oh man, that would be fantastic. This is gonna sound mean, but
holy fuck, dude! Sorry about that, Ashton. Like, people call me and like they just, Jesus, they don't want to fucking get off the phone. Holy fuck!
We love you, lower class.
I know, but like, some folks, it's like when if someone calls me, I give them the respect of picking up the phone. I'm like, hey man, I'm kind of in the middle of something right now, and then they just kind of go and go and go and go and go. It's like, man, hey, I'll call you back later. All right, yeah, hey man, I'll call you back later. Yeah.
Let me tell you what I had for lunch.
Yeah, right, exactly. And like I get where it's coming from, but holy brother. Yeah, American McGee's Alice in Wonderland, that shit was badass, dude.
Mad Max says Andrew Wilson should play the next smoking caterpillar.
That'd be awesome.
That'd be good. Achilles, welcome in, bro. Marcus Antonio, thank you very much, guys. You guys are the fucking bomb. Thank you. I appreciate you all coming in and supporting the channel for real. Seeing if we can get some more folks coming up in here. Ashton, how you doing today, my man? Good to see you, bro. Always.
Fucking just got off work.
Scott Hotved. Hail, brother. Good to see you, my man. Good to see you.
What's good, Scott?
I'm not gonna say we get. No, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's like 4:30 where you're at, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, bro. What you got planned for the rest of the day? You gonna stick around for a little while?
I get here for a little bit, yeah. I got a couple hours. My wife gets off at 8 o'clock my time.
You guys want to kick off the first debate? You versus Corey Ashton?
I don't give a fuck. What are we debating?
All right. So here's what we got. Okay, I got this spinny wheel here, and it's got a bunch of topics on it, and each topic has a bunch of prompts, right?
Oh,
so
I'm down.
Yeah,
right,
fuck
cool.
it. I'm down.
So here we'll give this little spinny spin. Okay. Okay, hold on, wait. It's hitting that same side every time, bro. I don't. I want something better. What the fuck, dude?
They don't exist.
Fat people don't exist.
There we go. There we go. War. There we go. All right. So the prompts for war, I got 4 of them. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and roll this dice. And this dice I got here's a 4-sided dice. So it's gonna be number 1. All right. So the prompt is gonna be: should we reinstitute the draft?
Ashton, what side you want to take?
I'm definitely taking the affirmative. Fuck it.
Oh, okay. I'll take the negative.
Do you want me to take? Do you want me to take?
No. I mean, I feel like I could take either side. This is a good one where I feel like I can take either side. If you want to take the affirmative, I'll take the negative.
Oh yeah, that's fine for me.
All right. Let's see. Do I want to do an opening?
Yeah, so what I was thinking is I'll give you all 2 options, right? So you can do just a straight 20-minute slugfest where you guys go back and forth and try to make your opinion, right? Or make your arguments, or you each get a 2.5-minute timer for opening statements and then 15-minute slugfest. What would you all prefer?
I would go with the second option, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with the second
Okay.
option.
Cool. All right, let me get a little stopwatch going here. 1 second. All right. So the affirmative is Ashton, correct?
Yep.
All right. So you're gonna be giving your opening statement first. Okay. Whenever you're ready, bro. 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
All right, so we should reinstitute the draft in time of war, just in the case and factor of we're going to need as many men if we're going back to a war scenario. So we're going to need all available men and women to take over that. Now, the only down part is.
Hold on, Ashton. Ashton, just a second. I'm gonna restart your timer. I can't really hear you very well, man.
Well, I'm talking into the mic. Is my mic really low?
Yeah. Here, let me see if I can go in here and raise your mic volume up a little bit. Go ahead. Ashton, go ahead and talk. Say something.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Ah, much better. All right, cool.
Much better? Okay.
Yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so in the time of war, we definitely should reinstitute the draft, just in case we would have a lower number of military men and women. Now, the only downfall effect of this is women would not be drafted because they're not subscripted to the draft. Now, would we be saying that women would also get the plea of drafting as well? Just as a question.
No.
Okay, so only men are drafted, then that would be perfectly fine because we would need all able-bodied men to help fight and protect the homeland, especially if it would be an invasion like Iran invading or, say, China invading the U.S. We're going to need more military on the U.S. home front defending us. So yeah, definitely 110% need to have that reinstituted. Now, as far as the training and stuff goes, they would have to shorten the boot camp, which would be perfectly fine. You could teach a hand-to-hand combat course and also a riflery course within, I would say, about 2 to 3 week period. The logistics end of it, we would definitely have more higher count to be able to keep track of everything. We'd be able to reinstitute the, I'm trying to think of the name of the Wartime Act that we did before, whenever we needed ammunitions and stuff for World War II after the Depression. So, yeah, that's about it. Eye opener.
All right, 1:15 on the timer. That's perfect, man. Yeah, awesome. All right, Corey, you ready, my friend?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, get him.
I would go with, since I'm taking the negative, I would say that there is no need for soldiers to be drafted. I would say every aspect of America, or if we go back and look at American history, I think there's only been 3, maybe 4 cases where the draft was needed. World War One, World War Two, Vietnam, and maybe Korea. I would argue that in all 4 of those cases, we probably could have got away with not needing the draft. I think our volunteer force is plentiful enough to where the draft just kind of seems like this real burdenous concept to force people into doing something that they might not want to do. I would also argue that the patriotism inside of America today probably would not get the same effect that there used to be, especially in like World War One, World War Two. I noticed we started to get fatigue around probably after Korea, closer to Vietnam. There was a huge fatigue from fighting. I would also know that, knowing America, they would probably, force a lot more war just based off how things are going now. I'd probably also add that the way we fight or the way we engage in war now, there's really no need to, because a lot of our war is either through, lower kinetic or smaller kinetic warfare. And so I would say that ultimately the draft would not be needed now that we have the resources to fight without large groups of men. And that would take up my time.
All right. Just under 2 minutes for you, Corey, on your opening statement. All right, boys. Here's how we're going to do this. Since it was roughly about 3 minutes and 15 seconds, we'll go ahead and run the clock for 17 minutes on the debate. No ad hom attacks. Okay, you get if you use an ad hom attack, you get muted for 15 seconds during the debate. Okay, that way the other person can make as many points as they possibly can while you're muted. No ad hom attack. Go ahead.
I'm not allowed to call him Big Whiskey.
That's 15 seconds. Get him out of here.
That's a 15-second mute. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Yeah, boys. So we got 17 minutes on the clock. Get ready and go.
Now, when you say that we have enough, the voluntary force alone, even with the fact that we've had lower reports of military conscription in the past, 16 to 20 years, do you really think that if we had an all-scale invasion against us, we could be able to defend the homeland at this point?
What I would argue... Oh, no, go ahead. My bad.
No, that was a question you can... Without the draft, do you think we would have enough people with military training to defend the homeland?
I would argue the biggest reason we haven't been attacked is because of our civilian force with guns, training, and I guess the amount of people who would get up and fight. Yeah, I would say, especially in a homeland invasion, we would not need a draft.
But wouldn't that be a better opportunity, though? So if you have that voluntary force already, the draft, you can implement it. You wouldn't have to worry about them you wouldn't have to worry about pushback from your people then. So the people would support you if they call you to the army or call you the military conscription. Most men would say, yeah, let's go. So wouldn't that still be a good thing? Because then you can have all that extra bodies to protect the homeland, and also if you can be sent to another war to fight it.
I would argue with, if we're arguing what's better, well, wouldn't it be better if everyone, wouldn't it be better if everyone has to fight and you force them through penalty of death than just picking and choosing who gets drafted?
I necessarily wouldn't say it's forced under penalty of death. You can get, court-martial technically if you ignore the draft, where you can be subject to jail time, but I wouldn't say death penalty.
Wouldn't you want to force not only able-bodied men, but women and children as well?
Yeah, but women aren't conscripted in the draft, only men are.
Well, true, but if you're being invaded and it's do or die and you're ready to violate rights, why not force all of them to fight?
Yeah, but if we're not violating rights, it's within our right of the Constitution that we can have a draft if need be.
That's fair, but it's kind of, I guess, what's the best way I can tackle that? If if we're being invaded in our homeland, we need enough to justify drafting people again after the massive resistance we've seen in the Vietnam War. Wouldn't it just better just to rip the Band-Aid off and say, well, everyone needs to be drafted?
No, because you want
I guess why focus on one aspect of the right if it's do or die and this has to be done?
Because you still want to keep the women and children protected class, especially if we're being invaded from the homeland. You don't want women and children being on the front lines. You want to keep your civilian population as protected as possible. So you would only want men to protect the homeland if need be. Now, I'm even saying if we would get drafted, say they're in a World War III scenario, and God forbid Iran would go to a wartime situation, I think they should also draft men if we would need to put a stop to it, and we wouldn't have the military force voluntarily, then we definitely would need to draft them if you want to end the attack before the attack can get out of hand. If you go in and just annihilate and decimate what you want to end all be all to be in a war, then you definitely want that force to be large enough to where you can send enough boots on the ground and enough planes in the air to put an end to it.
I guess if you're able to justify bringing back the draft, I mean, how many people will we draft in an all-out, I guess, invasion against us? Because it seems like every time we've used the draft, we haven't necessarily needed it. So it's why bring something back if every example we have to lean on, we didn't need it?
Well, if we didn't, if you look at the World War I to World War II, as far as the actual war that was going on across the world between the Axis and the Allies, we needed the more men because we were just getting decimated when we actually got involved into it. So we probably couldn't keep up with the voluntary of today, if you think about it. There isn't a higher rate of people joining the military as there was back then, because like you said earlier, the patriotism of the country definitely defines whether or not men are willing to put their lives on the line to get defended. Right now, the stats basically show that there's not that increase to where we would need to keep a military enough to capacitate that functioning. So you would need a draft to basically force the conscription and say, hey, we're going to enter this big conflict. We need everybody that we can.
And then I would probably tackle that by saying, I guess the scenario you run into is this is going to give someone who's hungry for war, being America, more power to then just drag people into wars that they don't want to fight.
To a certain extent, we're also a superpower and one of the only superpowers in the war. So if we do get engaged into an all-out war zone type of scenario, we would also have allies. So we wouldn't be necessarily going out of war, but we would definitely want ourselves to be the strongest force that we can possibly be. It's not like we would be taking over the world at that point. We would just go through and conquer everything, because we've never really ever, even after wartime scenarios in World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, we've never actually conquered other areas of lands. We've only really ever asked for the places to bury our dead.
And then I guess my next, if you're planning to fight someone that's big enough to need, people to be drafted, then I guess it seems to me that every example that we've had of an enemy that's been big enough we need to fight, it seems like both sides have avoided getting into, I guess, standard kinetic conflict. So if we can, I guess, avoid getting into the war, would you advocate that we still bring back the draft?
Yes, because you're still going to need an army. You're still going to need to hire people to man those types of militarized weapons. If you're sending even drones and stuff over, you're still going to need the people to operate those drones. If we actually go to a world war stage at that point again, even with our allies, you're going to need everybody's help to push that even further. So the boots on the ground are going to make more of a difference in the power dynamic to end the conflict faster versus just sending missiles and stuff like that.
Well, I guess I would argue with how warfare has gone now, it seems like we would be at a disadvantage putting boots on the ground. It seems like all of our best conflicts, or at least the conflicts that go beneficial toward our way, is when we avoid putting boots on the ground. Seems like I guess the better outcome we get from war would be just avoiding putting boots on the ground altogether.
Yeah, but then you're running into the possibility of this though. So if you're going more of a kinetic weapon, then what's to say that your opponent's also using the kinetic weapons back against you? So here would be another way you can think about it. If the United States would actually say, for example, we'll go Canada because they're our neighboring ally. This is completely hypothetical. I don't support or agree with this. Let's say if we would have a war with Canada, and it would be a full-on attack, full-on war. Do you think the Canadians would be more afraid of 100,000 troops lining up into their doorway and on the border and then just proceeding to walk across? Or do you think they would be more afraid of if we're sending missiles over? Now, granted, the missiles we're going to send over, we're going to destroy a lot more buildings, a lot more civilians, and a lot more casualties at that point. You're sending boots on the ground, and you're just storming and invading the actual cities and towns. That puts a lot more fear into your opponents than it does anything strategically.
Oh, I would argue, especially now that we've seen with guerrilla warfare, I would say, well, you have the problem of when you send massive amounts of troops in, you have this guerrilla warfare that then puts more lives at danger because you're battling in areas that you're not familiar with. It would be easier to then use military equipment to, let's say, EMP or knock out some type of, communication, so that way you could use small forces to then take over. Because it seems like we have the superiority, and we also have the intelligence to be able to send in small groups, small teams, like SEAL teams, be able to take out leadership and not have to worry about actually going toe-to-toe with, military versus military.
Correct, but if we have a more stackable army to use those technologies and use those devices, we don't have to resort even to the guerrilla warfare to this day. We have such more expansive knowledge of the terrain from different places with satellite imagery. So that definitely kind of negates the guerrilla warfare tactic of it. Because if you think about it, we were flying blind in Korea and Vietnam. We couldn't see people in the trees. We didn't have as much infrared or anything to that extent. Now we can fly a drone over and have a body count with thermal imagery. Hell, even from space at this point, we can do thermal imagery of homes and stuff like that. So if you're sending in the teams, you would have the higher advantage of the tactical end of it. You'd be able to go in at night and just basically take out city by city. But you would definitely want the backup and the reinforcements to do so in case you were met with militia of the opposite of oppressor.
I guess then I would argue why necessarily need the draft if we stick with the Canada scenario. Seems like now this you have to fact check me on this. How many people does Canada have? Like 50, 60, 70 million?
So just strengthen numbers to that like that. So even if we have 60 million people population in Canada and we take it 50% for male population, that's 30 million. So we take the small population of 100,000, 150,000 men that are trained from the draft and everything, and we actually do an invasion of Canada. That's going to put a lot more fear into them because you're beating them at boots on the ground versus blowing up and destroying what you want to keep if you're trying to conquer. Don't get me wrong, you're still going to use tanks, you're still going to use mortars, you're still going to use all those things, but you're causing less casualties than you are if you just start carpet bombing.
Well, I guess I would argue that it would be easier and more cost effective and less rights violation to send in SEAL Team 6, assassinate the president, put in propaganda, and then blame it on someone else.
Yeah, but you're thinking on a smaller scale. That's not an actual war. If you're going for an invasion tactic to conquer and land over, you're not going at full-blown war with them. I'm talking if you're involved in a world war conflict to where it's for conquering of everything and you're trying to conquer the stuff, you would want the massive amount of army to take over. So when we went to World War II and we instituted the draft, it's because we needed more bodies to fit the ships and fit everything with to go over and stop Germany, to stop Japan, to stop all of them from invading and taking over Europe and just pushing it forward. So we need the bodies to show the strength and show the power of just pushing that. When you start to get into kinetic weaponry, you're dropping missiles after missiles on places, it's going to take a lot more higher of a tool on what you want to conquer itself. So do you want to have to conquer and rebuild everything from that aspect? or do you want to just go in and take it out stealthily? Now, stealthily, if you're planning a coup, I can understand it at that point. But if you're going in and they're trying to invade everywhere else, we're going to need bodies to defend.
Well, because I would argue a smaller country like Afghanistan, we struggled. Smaller country like Iraq, we struggled. It's
correct. We didn't have full forces in those places. The 20 years in Iraq, the 20 years in Afghanistan, we didn't have a full military back in that. We just had basically certain bases and certain extensive percentages there just to keep peace at that point. If we actually invaded Pakistan and went through guns blazing in a wartime scenario, we would have more boots on the ground in that place to just conquer it. And at that point in time, the Pakistani army would not be able to defend, or even the Taliban to a certain extent wouldn't be able to defend against us if we actually pushed it to the fullest extent that we can.
Okay. Well, I guess, but then I would say, well, at what point, like, okay, so if we were to engage with the draft again, and we were to fully take over these countries, I would say, to me, it seems like the more, I guess I'm repeating my point again, it seems like there's easier avenues to do that than having to draft a whole bunch of men, pay a whole bunch of money, when we have the ability to then usurp that power or prevent that power from, I guess, attacking us by, misinformation campaigns, like CIA infiltrations. We start turning their opponents against them. It seems like easier to create an internal conflict, fund a revolution, have that revolution overthrow it, then come in with a small, amount of forces and then take over.
The only thing is with that, though, if you're looking at it to that scale, we've tried that before, and it doesn't hold very well, and it doesn't last very long. And any of the wars that we've actually tried to push democracy, such as Desert Storm, stuff to that extent, when they throw it over and they do allow democracy to take effect, it doesn't last very long because it goes back into the power of like other militarized groups. If we're actually invading with a full, like a World War I or World War II invasion type style, then technically we can just conquer that entire land by force, rather than by waiting for everything else to go through with the propaganda and everything else to that extent. We would just be able to go in, wipe them out. Okay, this is now the 52nd state of Pakistan. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. When you're doing a propaganda, it's going to take a lot more years to force that agenda and send in people to get rid of other people and stuff to that extent. Whereas if you're just going, you know what, we're going to go and declare war with Pakistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, and we're just going to go wipe them out, then at that point in time, if you're, of course, I bet you any money, other countries are going to get involved then to an extent. So when you have something like that, you want everybody available to be able to defend and push, and then you're going to basically go, okay, wipe this area out, cool, this is now ours, to that extent.
I guess then you'd run into hurdles like, breaking international law and stuff like that. Because it seems like the more open
I'm not saying break the Geneva Convention.
Well, isn't it against the Geneva Convention to invade another country?
I mean, technically, but if you're going at war stance and it's World War stage, the Geneva Convention's just going to be there for like, okay, these are rules to kind of look at and follow. Let's not take prisoners. Let's not do this or give prisoners a chance to, be a hostage in the scenario at that point.
Because I guess I would argue Russia. Well, I would argue with the rules that we have in place that the moment Russia invaded Ukraine, they were already guilty of committing war crimes. And so I guess I would.
Yeah, but if you're in a war, you're going to commit war crimes.
Yeah,
that's the way pretty much the world works anymore.
I guess I would argue it seems like to go through that much logistics to then go through a plan of invasion would just lead us to becoming the enemy of the world.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if it would start a world conflict stage, you would need the bodies that you would need. So that way you would have forces.
All right, boys, that's time.
Yeah, bro, he did really good. Hey, good job, Ashton.
Yeah, that was great. Y'all stayed civil. Y'all made your points.
I'll be honest. I'm ready to
on topic.
I'm ready to invade.
Good job, man. Good
He's
job.
on white people. He's ready to get white people off the fucking map.
Let's fucking take Greenland.
Oh, base tweaker. You
Come back here.
jumped out on us. But yeah, man. Oh yeah. Here.
Good job, Ashton. Because you were kind of you kind of had me pinpoint to the where I couldn't argue against it legally. Because I mean, technically, the draft is still legal, and so I'm trying to navigate why it's bad. I guess a bad reason to do it instead of being able to argue the legality of it.
Oh yeah, like I said, you had points there. That's why I had to jump back to different talking points too. Because like when you were bringing up about the nation itself coming, like we had to Vietnam. As soon as you said that, I was like, how am I going to counter that? Because we definitely had the protests and everything else that's in the Vietnam War.
Base tweaker, I can't unmute you, so whenever you want, you can unmute yourself.
Oh yeah, no, all good. I was muted just so I didn't talk because I can't help myself.
No, you're good, man. Yeah. So what did you think? What did you think, Base tweaker?
Okay. I have a question, Ashton. What was your overall refutation of the idea of how no wars have really actually benefited or required us to institute a draft? Like what was your actual overarching argument against that?
Run that past me again. You kind of cut out there a second, like it's in between questions.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. What was your overarching point against his contention about the military not really benefiting or requiring a draft in any of the times we've ever used it?
It's the fact that you still want able bodies. That way you have more to push for. You don't want to have lower numbers.
You're using the right point, but you're not actually defending it. That's the reason. So at the way that I saw that exchange, I had already declared him the winner because you never refuted that. Now it went in a different direction, and I like how you actually argued after that. But I think that the main thing that he needs to understand in that point is that what he said was actually a lie. The benefit of having more troops is the same way that if you go to war and you send 1,000 people versus 10,000 people, how many less lives are you there to lose? The idea is that you want to lose as little lives as possible. It's not about what's required to win; it's what's required to sustain. So the idea is you can go ahead and bring morality into the equation, because he's trying to make things seem like systemically it's very important for us not to institute a draft, where you can add a moral claim without defending the morality of it, because he's not going to say, oh, well, I don't really care if we lose more. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to use that. So it's perfect, so you don't have to worry about making too much of an emotional appeal. But I do feel that you could have hammered that a little bit better and put him a little bit more at odds, because like it seemed like the entire time he was just coming at you and you were defending points. And if you can redirect that into making him have to question what his entire contention is, it would slow his momentum down, because it seems like he just kept gaining more and more and more momentum.
That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate it. I do.
Corey, can I give you one criticism?
Oh, give me all the criticism.
You know what would have been my angle on that the entire time?
Go for it.
Why would we need a draft when we can just incentivize people to join the military more?
Yeah.
Yeah, like 9/11. That was a great incentive. That was another point that he made that was incorrect, where the time where people were the most gung-ho and this and that. Actually, 9/11 is the number one in recorded history when that happened, just because something happened on U.S. soil. So to be honest, a lot of the arguments that I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't say no to that. I couldn't debate no as easily as you could, so I commend you for that. But so many of the points that you made were just easily refuted, and I'm surprised that Ashton was on his heels for so much of that. You did good, Corey. You really did.
Well, I was going to do a legality argument, and then when he brought up that it's still in the Constitution, I was like, well, fuck, that's kind of free.
Yeah. You can't defend that.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, if it's constitutionally illegal, then he did great.
All right, chat. What do y'all think, man? What do y'all think? Actually, how about this? We'll give Base Tweaker. You choose the winner of this, and then we'll run it to chat and see what chat has to say. Base Tweaker, what you think, man?
I think Corey has as far as.
That's a hard one for me. I think I already had it wrapped up for Corey from the beginning, because it seemed like Ashton fell flat on his face on that first point. But I will say that, like, as time gone on, it's hard for me to score it one way or the other, but I'd have to give a slight advantage to Ashton in the end, because I think that I think that Corey kind of fell flat, and he didn't hammer him hard enough on that point. He let him go off and start saying a little bit too much about other things, whereas he had already conceded a couple lies for the other side. So I would have used those to my advantage rather than just trying to let him move on.
Can I add to that? I would say I would
Sure.
also say I wasn't focused. I was too busy trying to move on to the next topic instead of grilling into like something that I guess.
Well, that's what I said. You did it wrong. You should have done it the other way around. You should have done it the other way around because you had two lies, like provably untrue, like because again, you could still take that other argument and say, okay, more troops. Okay, so you were talking about how we need to do this, we need to do the espionage is what your thing was, and you talked about Iraq and all that. No, actually, espionage and bombing are the reason we need more boots on the ground. We learned that the hard way, and the reason it went such a bad way is because we didn't understand how destabilizing a country, especially in the Middle East, would require more U.S. involvement on the ground. So in reality, that's the reason why people were freaking out about the bombings in Iran, because it's a re-implementation of this whole, we're going to destabilize this government and we're going to have to go in.
Yeah, it's going to be another fucking 20-year protracted war. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that requires more boots on the ground. So again, all the things that you were saying were actually in his favor. He didn't push any of those points. I would have made sure that those were to his downfall, and that's where I think that you fell short because you could have won that easy.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
But it's all good. That's why we're here, right, boys? We're here to get better. I need to get better. Y'all need to get better. Base Tweaker can use some tweaking. You know what I mean? We can all get better.
No, I don't mind if someone critiques me. I just figured I wasn't even going to score it. I wasn't even going to judge it. I was just coming in to offer some criticism. I didn't even really intend on saying anybody won or lost.
Judge it.
All right, guys. Keep them votes coming in, chat. Keep them votes coming in. We got 4 votes so far. Go ahead and make
I'm proud of myself for not using an ad-hominem attack against Big Wussy over there.
You should have
Is that
stuck with
15
that
seconds?
One.
Is that a 15 seconds?
15 seconds, you.
I don't know if I could have come back from that. That may have been worth the 15 seconds.
I will agree that I think it was close to a draw, but I would have to give the advantage to Ashton. That's what I think. I think you did great, Corey. I really do. You made him believe quite a bit.
I agree. I mean, I thought Ashton was sound because I was sitting there. I was like, damn, did I choose the wrong side?
They got the wrong team.
I was waiting for the Islamic sympathizer. That seems like a common trope for anti-war.
All right. We will end the poll there. Ashton, my friend, a resounding win for Ashton. All right, boys. Who's up next?
I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to go back into work. Unfortunately, I only came in to kind of talk a little bit and be part of the group.
Oh shit!
I know. I wish. Trust me. I wish. I really do. Like, I mean, again, I'll even show you. Like, I got my Chipotle on.
Get it, bro. Get it.
Oh yeah.
I just got off of work, basically. I literally just got home.
I know. I was listening on my drive here. I had a 30-minute drive to get up here because I'm staying somewhere pretty far away just for the next 2 days. And yeah, no, I wanted to listen, and I listened to that the whole way up here. And I was just sitting there thinking to myself, man, it sure would be nice to go in and say something about these freaking points that I'm listening to that are blatantly false. That's the only thing I don't like.
He was screaming at me. He was like, "Get it!"
I was so badly. I was like, "You lying piece of shit!"
He's like driving on the road, yelling at himself in the car, and everybody around him like, "What the fuck
Exactly.
is going on?"
I was like, "What do you mean? You don't know anything about the Iraq War? You were like 5. Like,
You forgot. You let us down.
oh man, dude. Yeah, no, it's fun. I will say I like the idea of it, especially knowing that when I'm listening to it, I'm not gonna hear them personally attack each other. Like, I think that it made it more enjoyable to watch, knowing that wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm not here to attack anybody's character. Like, I've never once wanted to do that.
Well, no,
that's why
it's the same thing if you're trying to make an argument and you want to make them look small. I do this all the time in debates because it's an easy way to throw people off. So, like, I'll be like, yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't understand the concept of X, Y, and Z because he's retarded, but I'll go ahead and explain it. You know, like, that would be an ad hom attack that doesn't seem so, like, egregious. But when it comes to the landscape of, like, how it's going to make him feel and respond in that debate, it's going to demoralize him and it's going to make the audience look favorable on me. So, it's one of those things that I like the idea of knowing that that's not going to be an advantage someone's allowed to use.
It's kind of one of those things where the ad hom's not the focus. The point's the focus. The ad hom's just kind of the. No, that was good. I liked it, Ashton. You got me convinced. How do I sign? Do I get my Camaro?
Oh, you don't have to.
Camaro, bag of stogies. Yeah, you get a Camaro, bag of stogies, but that's after you get back, and there's only a 0.38% chance that you're making it home.
Can I get mine without GSD?
Well, I can't wait to get in this. I can't wait to get in this town hall with you and do a couple of these. These are going to be fun. I can already tell.
Yeah, man. So I really want to get to the point where with this spinning wheel thing, it's something that is just the wheel, and it's not something that I have to like share up on the thing. I'm gonna look into StreamYard and see if I can add this in as like an asset to where I can just go over and then like click on a circle, and then it goes through everything. All right, the next topic: accountability.
Oh. Can I suggest the subtopic instead?
Let's hear.
No, don't want the prompt.
Females should be held accountable for their past.
I agree with that.
I know you're both going to agree. I know you're both going to agree with it.
I can't argue that in a negative stance.
No, because this is Ashton's negative stance. The other guy took a negative stance the other time. I want Ashton to take the negative stance this time and see how hard what Corey just did really is.
I won't be honest.
So you're telling me I have to be a lefty? I have to be a lefty for 20 minutes? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Yes. You have to be crying Ryan for a minute.
All right,
okay,
so check it out.
I'll channel my inner duck and have that a little quack up.
Unless you have a better one, lower class, I like the idea of the female accountability aspect.
So here are the prompts that I have for accountability.
Okay.
Do some homeless people deserve to be homeless?
Okay.
At what point does a woman put herself in a position to be attacked? Should any group be a protected class? Why should the country pay for your student loans? And then I just went ahead and added yours into the bottom there. Should females be held accountable for their past?
Yeah. I want to see Ashton defend that.
Yeah, I'll do it.
That's going to be wild.
I'm down.
All right. So, Ashton, you're the negative? No? Corey, you're the positive then?
That'll be the positive.
They should be? All right. All right. Are we going to do openings this time, guys, or are we just going to go straight into a slugfest?
We can get straight into the slugfest.
I'm down. Let's go straight slug.
20 minutes. You guys ready?
Yep.
All right. 3,
I'm excited.
2, 1, go.
I guess I'll go ahead and make the first statement. I would say, yes, obviously females should be held responsible. I would argue that, especially in today's society, that with both men and women and the fight for equality, if you want to be in equal status, you have to bear the same consequences as everyone else.
Yes, but as a protected class, a female would have better rights than men. So if you're looking at it from the equitable standpoint, they shouldn't be held accountable because what they did in their past should not concern you. It shouldn't. So no matter what they have done previously, now that they're just meeting you in a relationship setting, a relationship standpoint, it really shouldn't matter what all they've done previously.
Yeah, that sounds nice in theory, but everyone has to face consequences. Kind of, you can't just go out and do something and then not face the consequences. It's almost something that happens naturally. So,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if everyone has to face consequences, then it's kind of one of those things to where you can't really pick and choose who you avoid face those consequences. Because if you start protecting classes, that means you kind of need government interference to do it. If you need government interference to do it, you're kind of violating civil rights.
Well, if you even look at it from a moral objective, like certain classes of religions and certain faiths allow born-again Christians. So, I mean, technically, if you're going from the morology of it, technically, or the ideology of it, women would technically get a second chance, whereas men don't. So the women getting that second chance and being able to go through and become born-again Christians, or say they're born-again virgins because they take a vow of chastity, that means everything we've done up until that point is null and void anyway.
That's true, but to live in a society, you need cohesion. And if some people aren't facing consequences, it leads to dire results.
Well, yeah, but they're facing their accountability in that aspect that they're still a person. So they should still have the objectivity for you not to care about what happened in their past, and they should be forgiven by it.
Well, would you carry that same argument if a woman touched a child?
That's a different argument altogether.
Okay.
As a society, we don't deem that worthy of anything. We have that in the same category as rape. We have that in the same category as murder. We have that in the same category as things that are completely immoral and reprehensible. So that would be a completely separate argument to the factor of, okay, so I'm a woman and I slept with 30 or 40 dudes. You don't need to know about that because I'm still sleeping with you and I'm still with you, even if she's loyal or unloyal to the partner.
Well, but I guess I would still argue that yes, we deem that to be an unacceptable morality, but we also deem, hedonism to a certain extent, I guess you still have to face. Jesus, I don't lost my point because that hedonism threw me off. I guess I would argue the best way I can is no, you can't, I guess, void consequences because you can't pressure society to feel a certain way about something. If society feels a certain way about something, then they will face consequences whether you accept it, whether I accept it, unless the government stops it. If the government wants to stop it, but then you start running into, like I said, the civil rights violation of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, why should the government say that you have to be accountable for your actions when they can be accountable for their own actions? If you want to flip the script on that and say about the government involvement and standing point at that, then the government should not be involved in anything I do. So therefore, I should not be held accountable to a certain set of standards as long as I'm not violating society's set standard of the golden rule of not hurting myself or other people. Then it shouldn't matter what I do in life. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect anything else. So I mean, if society can have the factor that you are able to be a fluid body person and you can be a two-spirited penguin and everything else, and society deems that as a reputable cause, then it doesn't matter to you if the accountability is held or not. They're holding themselves accountable to the truest form that they are. So it doesn't matter what we believe as a society, it matters what they believe to them.
Well, I guess, but then how would you influence society to then accept your position?
Peer pressure. Peer pressure is a beautiful tactic that we've always used for society to shame. So if I can shame you into believing that my group is better than yours, and women should be protected no matter what the cost or matter of what the body count would be or what my morals would be if I had 5 husbands, six wives, or 13 children around. It's in the past. It doesn't matter to you. What matters is from what I'm doing with you forward in my lifetime.
Then how would you combat the peer pressure that's coming toward you for them to face peer pressure? I mean, to face consequences.
Well, stronger propaganda against them.
And what avenue of propaganda would you use?
Well, you can always use the counteraction against each other, but if you have a wider society that doesn't care about things as body count or doesn't care about a woman's past or anything like that, then we're just living in a society where it doesn't even matter at all. So if it doesn't matter at all to most people, and it doesn't matter at all to most women or men, and the society agrees with me that, hey, maybe as a woman, it doesn't really matter that I can go around and be a 304 and do whatever I want to do. Because actually, it's actually recommended in society these days that we have, more of a fluid sexuality base and more of a progressive lifestyle such as that. So I'd say that the propaganda is slightly working against your favor and more than mine.
Well, I would argue it's starting to take us. It's starting to take a snap back from how it was, your side had to use governmental pressure to start accepting these ideals. And I would
Correct.
argue that has caused a snap back to where you're starting to see younger conservatives, younger red pills, and kind of a push back to what you consider to be the peer pressure to accept the consequences.
Yes, but also within my party and within my society, it doesn't just stretch out to the government to control. It also stretches out to a social online interaction as well. So if you look at the actual stats for Facebook, Instagram, and I believe YouTube, that's a more of a democratic progressive style of people. So my propaganda is going to be a lot higherly more spread around. So I then have the control of culture without using a governmental reach, just by a peer pressure and a propaganda statism, without even using the government within that.
Well, I
So
would, I would,
in my thing, women are more free and they can do whatever they want. If they want to be gay boss babes, that's awesome. If they want to be stay-at-home moms, even better. If they want to go out and be with 30 different people within a one-night stand, by all means, you do you, girl. Fresh first.
I would argue the more institutional pressure you use, the more resistance you're going to get from it. And we've seen prime examples of, especially using social media, the more pressure they put on a certain topic, the more resistance they got back from it, which means less people are going to use it. That's why you see places like X becoming the number one, social media app, just because more people are willing to get on that.
Correct. You have a dynamic push from the government, but that doesn't mean we can't push back with all of our propaganda on our side and say that yours is wrong still. So if we make the next generation or the generation after that believe the progressive way of life is better, and we convince people with our AI manuscripts and our OnlyFans model behaviors, and we push the society towards more of that way, and we do end up going back to a Democratic Party after a Republican or Conservative Party, that just means we already have the pieces in place to go and overthrow your movement within a stroke of a pen.
I would argue you've already destroyed your credibility, because I guess the institutions that supported this idea has already tried to push this and tried to heavily kind of gear people toward a certain direction. And I would argue we've already starting to see the pushback from that, especially with the Generation Alpha, starting to see more of a conservative, more, like I said earlier, red pill. And it's the more and more you push and push, the more and more people resist and resist. And I would say with trust levels being so low in institutions, you no longer have the institutional power to then push your ideals onto something that isn't already accepted.
Yeah, but at the same time, I still hold the power of colleges and the power of minds. So if I now have the libertarian side with the colleges, and then I can push into that a more critiqued way of doing things without having the utmost of gutturistic responses, and I can then take back the liberal hive mind, then I have control over the people again, to where I can create a false narrative and create false things. Even if it doesn't erode the trust of the community, you still have the opportunity to do that, because both sides are going to use propaganda. It doesn't really matter which propaganda is held. It matters more of which the factor of how many of the society can I mind virus. And that goes on both sides.
Well, I would argue I have more than just propaganda. I also have kind of biological instincts to kind of back my claim up, to where the more body someone has, the less appealing they're going to be. And if you're trying to find a suitable mate, what you're looking for is someone, with a lower body count, someone who hasn't been, more out with them or open with themselves, because you're more likely to get burned in the end. And I think, especially the group of men, they're kind of pushing very hard against that, and we're starting to see kind of a split between not only alpha and beta men, but you're starting to see a split between, traditional and more liberal women.
Correct, but as a secularist, I don't really need to go based off the moral obligation of family and procreation. I can just live my life and be happy the way I want to be happy. So I don't need to worry about a religion or a faith with any kind of moralization ties or theology ties to hold me down. I can go out, and if I'm not looking for a husband and I'm not looking to create a family, then I can do what I want, when I want, however I want to do it.
Yes, you can
So
do
that's
that, but the pressure will come from doing that. You will have consequences from doing that, whether you can control those consequences or not. And the more you put pressure on the avenues that do control or do preach that thought, what's going to happen is you're going to create more of a split, and you create more of the split, then you start getting people choosing their sides. And once people choose their sides, you kind of lost in the game of propaganda.
Yeah, but if I'm looking at it from a secular standpoint, and I don't care about the factor of the propaganda being pushed towards me as a woman, then I can live my best life. Not only that, but I can also do as I wish. I don't need to worry about the actual pushback from it. Because if I'm not hurting you and I'm not hurting myself, then I don't care about shame and I don't care about the actual acts that I'm performing. Then as a woman, I'm free to do as I please.
Yep, and no one's going to prevent you from doing what you please. The social pressure is still going to be there. You're still going to have people who judge you on your consequences. You'll still have the consequences that are there. You may ignore them and you may not, support them, but those consequences will be there. And I would argue it's gotten even worse the more and more you try to push this. And in fact, it's been 10 years? And I guess, probably more than that. It's probably been about 20 years since we pushed this. I guess women promiscuity, and I would argue that's already seen drastic effects in the opposite direction. I would say out of all the propaganda campaigns that we've seen, this one's probably the weakest.
Well, if you look at if you're looking at it from a sexual freeing point, the 70s and 60s and 70s both had sexual revolutions. That's basically when they all started of love whoever you want to love. So if it has a progressive thought process to it, and it's actually moving along with what society and other people are agreeing upon, then the secularists would win out on that, and also it wouldn't matter about shame, because if you don't have a society that feels shame, we don't force shame any longer as a society. So then your consequences mean nothing to me. I don't have to worry about the consequences of my actions because I'm not held accountable to it. So I shouldn't be held accountable to it as a woman for what I've done in my past. What matters is I've met you today, so now I can do as I wish for you.
I would probably argue that the consequences you face may not only be social pressure, but maybe the consequences of you're being promised promiscuity and being open with your sexuality. I would probably say that is leading to an ability to not being able to replicate at a sustainable level. So I would argue, well, yes, the consequences you can't escape from. The consequences of not having children, not having loving families, not having, having high divorce rates, having high cheating. I would argue that no matter what, you will face consequences. And most of the consequences you face will not be from peer to peer. It will be between you and yourself. It'll be things you can't, opt out of. It'll be things that you won't know until the reality hits you.
Yeah, but if I've already come to terms with my decisions and I don't have conscious or a leaning of moral right or wrong, then it doesn't really matter what I do, because I'm not going to have the guiltiness of it or the regretfulness of it. I'm living in the moment and I'm seizing the day how I want to seize it. So as a woman, if I want to be free and have that to do with, yes, maybe later on down the road I might regret it slightly, but at the same time, I also can just do whatever I want to do and live my life the way I want to.
But if you're pushing for social change, you need generations. You need multiple generations to accept it. If you can't produce successful multiple generations, they're not going to accept it. In fact, if you're already losing, I guess this not the first generation, because I think there's a generation after this, but the generation that's coming into voting power, you've already lost that generation. We've seen an huge outturn in Republican voting, especially demographics 18 to 26. So I would argue you've already lost.
We might have lost the voting in the power standpoint of our actions, but it really doesn't change. You're not looking at it from a society perspective. You're looking at it as just a single party person, with a person without shame or a woman without shame. Society or anything around her doesn't need to be a generational society. It doesn't matter what you stand for, what you do, you're just living your life. So you don't care about society, you don't care about the change, you just care about the here and now.
Well, but
less stress, it's easier, you're less anxious, you don't have to worry about Tommy and Timmy and Sally and Susie up the road, you just worry about yourself, and if you feel like you're doing something that doesn't hurt you or others, then be free.
that's fine, but
Hey, hold on, Ashton, real
Okay.
quick. I just paused the time. I couldn't really understand what you just said there. It just
sorry.
sounded like your mic coming through wasn't really going through. Can you repeat that last point you just made, and then I'll start the timer afterwards?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say what I said was if you don't care about Billy, Bobby, or Tommy, or Susie, or Heather, or whoever, and you only care about yourself, and you're not harming yourself or others with what you're doing with your body, then be what you want to be and be the best girl that you want to be.
All right.
Society and shame doesn't really have a meaning to you at that point, because in your head and then justifiably within that woman's head, she's like, okay, I'm not hurting anybody, so what does it matter what else society wants to say about it?
what happens if you don't have enough people supporting this ideal? You're going to face social pressure against it, and if you can't, I guess, establish a strong enough base to be able to push this on a societal level, then you're no different than just one person having a different opinion or having a different ideology. It's real easy if I have not only the social pressure, I have the institutional power, I have the governmental voting force, I have things that are starting to align to me to be able to, I guess, push your ideology out. And so if you can't maintain your ideology, then you will face, all types of consequences. And not only the consequences that I put on you, but then the consequences of your own actions.
Yeah, but if I'm not worried about the consequences, and I'm not worried about what society deems wrong with me, then it doesn't matter. I might lose the generational war, yes, but I'm still living my best life and doing what I want to.
Well, that's fine, but you will still face consequences for it. You'll still be held responsible.
Yeah, but I'm not holding. Who's going to be the one to hold me accountable?
Well,
you can't put me in jail just because I want to be free sexually.
No. I mean, we can prevent you from engaging in certain societal, situations. We can prevent you from, I guess, successfully passing on your ideals to the next person, so that way it can expand and grow. We can also put pressure on your kids for their mom. I guess put pressure on your kids to then. This is hard for me to say because this is wrong. Put pressure on your kids to then not accept you as a person. And then we can start to turn the people who used to accept you to then not accept you.
Yeah, but then you're looking at it from an authoritarian standpoint. Nobody wants to be controlled by authoritarians or dictators or anything to that extent.
Well, so why not allow I'm fine with that.
Yeah, but you're not allowing the room for free will then. So you're going against your own moral teachings from free will from a moral standpoint, but then you're also choosing authoritarian to force shame or force accountability where it doesn't allow it to be forced.
Well, we've already accepted that, especially during the Cold War. We've established laws in which if you believe certain ideologies, we do not accept that ideologies. And in fact, we've done so far as to take away civil rights to people who do accept these ideologies.
Yeah, but in the modern day, you don't put people in jail, especially if you're looking at it from the First Amendment standpoint. You have to allow all thoughts and ideas to flourish. So it doesn't matter. So unless you're going for a full authoritarian society, which then would not work because then you have an uprising of people on the other side to take
time, boys, time.
Good job, Ashton.
No, hard.
That was
when I agree
good one. I was like, in this example, no, I'm authoritarian as hell. It was tough for the kids because I was like, damn, this sounds so fucked up. We're going to turn your kids against you.
All right.
That was a good job. That was a good job. That's a hard position to hold.
Let's get some votes in, see where these guys are at. I know Angry Beaver had some criticism he had brought up earlier. I know he's not jumping in the panel necessarily, but if you could type it out.
Jesus Christ, 96 messages or comments. God damn. You gotta keep his comment open.
Here he is.
All right, so I have to say the one thing that I've been thinking this entire debate is why the fuck do I hear consequences more than accountability? Why the fuck do I hear these words that are similar to or have a little bit of parallel to, but I don't hear anything truly about the accountability portion? Like I heard very little as far as what accountability means. Did you guys even define the term?
I'm gonna be honest. I forgot that we were even arguing accountability. I thought we were arguing.
I know. It was very clear. Like, don't get me wrong. It was a good back and forth. That's why I'm coming from this position, and I'm not trying to go at one or the other. I've noticed that you both started taking everyone has this weird notion that accountability means consequences. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what anyone's saying when they say the word accountability. Accountability is a personal thing. Accountability can be held from a societal standard, but you have to argue it from that standard. So I was just curious to see whether or not you guys even, because I kind of was out at like a little bit, but I never heard you guys even define what accountability meant. So it's very important. I don't know how many of the creators that you guys watch in the space, but they kind of teach a lot of people that it's very important for you to understand what you're debating and to communicate that with your opponent. Because if you don't, then you're kind of just going willy-nilly. So it's very important that you get that laid down. Secondly, I have to say to lower class, I do think that for your format, for what you're looking for after watching two of these, I think it might be too long.
You think so?
I think that quicker, because I mean, they had exhausted every argument on the first topic before the time was up. They argued in circles on this one and then went off on tangents and didn't actually argue what was important. So and it's not against you. I do think that also, would you say that moderation might be more necessary in this as well? Because I feel like you could have directed them, because this is more of a criticism as a moderator. I don't know if you were moderating or if you're just watching. It would be important for you to keep them on the topic, because I didn't actually hear either of them argue accountability. I heard consequences and what they feel about themselves and how society sees them. You can, all of those things are technically included, but if you're not debating the actual topic, then it's hard for the audience to stay engaged.
Yeah,
that's fair. 100%. Yeah. So what kind of time frame do you guys think would be good?
Well, I was saying the more you're doing this, just decrease it. Like try 16 or 15 minutes. Like give it a little bit of a shorter time. Like I'm not sitting here saying like, oh, it needs to be 8 minutes. I don't have an answer for that. I'm saying that in general, you're testing this out. This is a new format that you're trying to go for. You're trying to see what works. You're even talking about trying to do a double elim type situation, but this would be way too long of debates for people to sit around and watch all the debates so that they can have their next match. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a lot more of what I'm saying, like as far as like enjoyment. You don't want people sitting for too long. Robert complaining about that yesterday is a good example, that it was very boring to have to sit there and wait his turn on grid one. And for someone who's very active in the argument space, like someone like me, I'd get bored as shit if I had to shut up for 2 hours. Like that, there would be no incentive for me to be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Angry, that's what I was thinking, dude. So that's what I'll do. So the next round is going to be 10 minutes.
Not a bad idea. 10 minutes. 10 minutes seems more than enough, and it also includes opening statements. Especially since you're doing on-the-fly opening statements, not pre-prepared. There's no reason why someone needs more than 2 to 3 minutes for their opener.
Yeah. So we can do what? 2-minute opener for each person, and then a 10-minute slugfest.
That sounds good.
No. Yeah, it's up to you guys. But what I'm saying is, Ashton and what guy? I know it starts with a C. Colton.
Corey.
What is it? Corey. I don't know why I thought it was Colton. I want you guys to be the judge and the determiner of whether or not this is the correct number of minutes for an exchange to be had. Like appropriately, I want you guys to both give your feedback more than I'm going to give feedback on debates. I'm only giving feedback because it's been a 20-minute fucking slugfest,
Yeah, no, I was going to say 20 minutes did seem long. I felt like with this one, we were kind of focused on the consequences, so it seemed like 20 minutes went faster, but I think 20 minutes is a little long.
I think 12 to 13 minutes is going to be the sweet spot. which is what you're doing right now, lower class. But if you give them 3 minutes for opener and then 10 minutes for debate, I think that's going to be the sweet spot. But I'm curious to see what they think after they're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You guys ready to try again?
I'm down.
All right.
Don't mind me. I'm just gonna wolf down some chicken while I'm doing it.
Bro, do your thing, man. All right, boys. The next topic: fat people.
They don't exist.
All right. So, for fat people, the prompts are going to be: is being morbidly obese beautiful? Should people be more conscious of their health? Is fat acceptance good for society? And is being fat good for someone?
Let Ashton pick which one he wants to go with on this one.
Fucking roll the dice.
Yeah,
Roll
or
the
you
dice?
roll the dice. Yeah.
All right.
'Cause it's. I'll
All right, we
pick
got
even.
three. We got three.
I picked even, so let him go with what he wants.
Fuck it. Let's go with the. If it's good for your health.
Wait, what is that? What was that one?
That's it. Let's go with the if it's good for your health.
So is being fat good for someone? That one?
Yeah. Yeah,
Alright.
I can do the positive of it, or you can do the negative.
I think so. I think I can do the negative.
Okay. There's a really good argument here that I'm thinking of. I'll see if you come up with it, and I'll try to have a little more a hand in the moderation this time, just in case things come off the rails, boys. But all right, I'm gonna pull myself out.
If
You
we
guys
do
wanna
like,
Huh?
that's what I was gonna say. If we do like a minute and a half openings each, and then like 10 minutes of slug press, I think that would work like perfectly for the same.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, minute and a half. Who's taking the positive? That was you, Ashton?
Yeah, I'll take a positive on this one.
All right, you ready? 3,
Mhm.
2, 1, go.
Okay, so being fat does affect your health. So we have the stats and everything whenever it comes to the diabetes scale, when we have the heart attacks and heart problems that we have in society based off of being obese and because of your body not being able to support all that weight. So we definitely want people to diet and exercise healthy. I'm not saying you have to be a twig or you have to have a BMI lower than like 5% to be categorized of it. But when your BMI is approaching above the 20 to 30% ratio, and you're not able to get up and move around, and that's just bad for your health. You have a higher risk of diabetes, a higher risk of stroke, and other issues that could occur. So definitely don't want to put yourself into that position. And that's it.
All right. That was 50 seconds. Corey, you ready to make your opening statement for the negative?
I think I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so I would tackle this as the question being fat bad for your health, or is the question of what you put in your body is bad for your health? I would probably try and focus on, hey,
Hold on, real quick, Corey.
Yeah.
Corey. So the prompt is being fat good for someone?
it's not good for your health. Okay.
Yeah. So it's
Oh, wait,
not
I'm
necessarily
negative,
just
then.
health. It's not necessarily just health.
Okay.
Just to clarify the prompt for you.
Okay. Well, restart my time. I'll see if I can tackle it.
Hold on for a second. I think I just argued for the negative of the prompt then. Because if the prompt is being good for your health, then I just argued the negative of it. So Corey, you would be the positive of it.
Yeah. So okay. We'll restart this. The prompt is being fat good for someone?
Yeah, you got
Okay,
to
so I argued it from the negative. I did. I said it's bad for your health.
Are you taking the negative?
Yeah, I'll take the negative.
Corey, you taking the positive?
I'll take the positive.
Affirmative? All right, cool. So here's what we'll do. We'll restart, clean slate. Corey, you go first. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
I think that being fat can be positive for yourself. I will not say absolute, because I think being too skinny is probably probably not good as well. I would argue that there's a threshold, and being over that threshold is not necessarily a net negative. I would say that you could probably pin a lot of the health related issues around being fat to being probably a poor diet and necessarily more GMOs, more chemicals put inside the body. I would say that it's, to me, the BMI index seems to not factor in a lot of things, and just to label someone as healthy just because they're overweight doesn't seem like the evidence pans out, because it doesn't necessarily focus on just being overweight. It usually factors in a lot of things like the diet itself. It usually factors in a lot of things like averages and stuff like that. So I don't think you can make a definitive statement that being fat is bad.
Okay. You ready, Ashton?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so, but we know that from being fat, though, and being obese, from a health standpoint, it is bad for your health. So it's not a good thing for society to be over obesity. With an epidemic with heart problems coming into the equation, whenever you factor in the diabetes aspect of the equation and life longevity of the equation, I'm not saying, an extra 20 or 30 pounds on a 6-foot man is a difference, or hell, even another 30 pounds on a 5'2" woman of overweight would be a difference. But if you're looking at it from a more morbidly obese standpoint, to a 30 or 40 BMI scale, that's not healthy for you or your body itself. It doesn't matter what you're putting into your system. It matters that you're not taking care of the system as a whole.
All right. It's 50 seconds. All right, boys. We got 10 minutes. 10-minute slugfest. Y'all ready?
I think I'm ready. Hang on one sec. Let me plug in my phone, though.
Yeah, take your time.
Plugged in.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Go.
Okay, when we say the word fat, what do we mean?
I'm sorry?
I said when we use the label fat, what are we saying?
I'm saying higher than 30 or 40% BMI scale. So if the average man is 5'8", and an average build for an average man at 5'8" is 160 pounds, and that man weighs 230 or 240 pounds, that's not healthy.
Okay, so with the evidence or the claims that you had put forward about, we know that being overweight is bad for your health. Do we know that it's specifically being overweight, or do we know it's overweight plus X, Y, and Z?
No, it's specifically, you can actually link some heart attacks and heart diseases to the stress of the body that it's under whenever it comes to obesity. When your body is toting, so your body is only rated for an actual 180 pounds as a 5'8" person, and you're toting double or triple that body weight, that's putting 2 or 3 times the stress on your organs. So your heart, being one of the most strongest muscles in the body, if it has to pump at 3%, 3 times the capacity that it was already pumping to support your life, you don't want that to happen, because that's going to put more greater stress on the heart. And if something goes wrong with the heart, you're looking at organ failure as well.
Does the evidence we have exclude stuff like GMOs? Does it exclude chemicals, food coloring, or anything of that aspect? Are we just can you make that definitive claim around just being fat, or is it being fat plus what you take in, like the diet you have?
Well, if you are morbidly obese, then your diet, yes, does come into question. So if you are eating different things like GMOs and stuff to that extent, you can give it maybe a 5 to 4% intake issue. But at the same time, if your body itself, and you're eating so much that your abundance of weight is going against you, then that's where it's going to ultimately lead. So if I'm sitting around all day not being active, and I'm eating Twinkies and Ho-Hos and Swiss cake rolls and a pound or 10 blocks of ice cream and candy all day, yeah, of course, my sugar levels are going to be through the roof. My body intake is going to be nothing but fats and saturated oils and stuff to that extent. So that's not going to be good for my body, but it's also not going to help my body if I'm just doing that alone. And I just allow myself to continue to do that. It's going to put more stress on my heart. It's going to put more stress on my liver, on my pancreas, on all those aspects of my internal organs that's causing me not only to be fat, but also could have a higher risk of complications because of which.
It seems like the aspect that we can't get around is we don't know if just specifically being fat is bad for you. Now, I can understand. I would argue that the food you put inside you is what is the main indicator of what's bad for you. I would argue that the food in which you intake is what's causing the bad circumstances to happen inside your body, not just the aspect of being fat. I think being fat can be good for you. I think in society we have seen examples of, back in the day, we've seen examples of being fat as a representation of wealth and luxuries. So it's almost a display of whether you're indulged in society. So I would kind of push back on the fact that it's just being fat that's the main indicator for bad health.
Yeah, but if you're relating it to society standard, even back in those days, yeah, but how long did those people live because of that, the gluttonous style of behavior? Just because you can be fat and point it to a higher society, it doesn't mean that their body wasn't allowing to be supported by that. So if they were healthy and fat at the same time, then we would have seen age range go higher than just a 30, 40, 50 age range within those time frames of being that overweight. Even in modern society, if you have a morbidly obese person, their life expectancy drops drastically percentage-wise because of the factor of heart disease, such as the factor of diabetes, such as the factor of having to go through much more complicated procedures if those issues were come to effect. And it has to do with your diet, and it also has to do with the factor of exercise as well. But just because what you're putting into your system isn't being burned off and you're just being lazy, that's what really constitutes the fact that if you're overweight and you're lazy and you're lethargic and you're not doing anything, that puts you at a lot higher risk for a more mortality rating than what it would if you were a slightly healthier or maybe only 5 to 10 pounds overweight than what the scale would say versus 100 to 200 pounds.
Well, then I would argue, we know the main intake of gluten, and it's not necessarily gluten the problem, it's what's being done to gluten. It causes stuff like lethargicness. We know it causes critical health issues, and I guess the main point I'm trying to establish is it's not necessarily just being fat. That's the main indicator on whether you're healthy or unhealthy, but it's the type of stuff that you put inside your body. And if you're able to be overweight but with a healthier diet, would you face the same health problems? I don't think we have enough examples to know that. I think the biggest thing is we have this multiple varied analysis of, we have this fat person and they're unhealthy, but then we judge it by, the American diet, and we see, maybe it's not the fat person that's the problem. Maybe it's all the stuff he's putting in, or all the chemicals, all the stuff that shouldn't be in our foods that is ultimately causing the problem.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're going to compare it off of diet, you're still eating not healthy and you're being obese. So you're intaking a massive quantity of food or of dieting, no matter what you eat. So if you're eating a healthier diet, you're not going to become fat, so to speak. So if you're eating just a regular portion size diet of maybe 2,000 calories or 3,500 calories a day, then you're not, with a normal activity life of just basic movement and basic function as a person, you're not going to be morbidly obese. You might be a little bit extra as far as fatness, but you're not going to have a morbid obese status. What I'm saying is if you are morbidly obese, your income of calorie intake, it doesn't matter if it's healthy foods, if you're absorbing a lot of those healthier foods, you're still going to have health risks to you. You are.
I would also add, if nutrients wasn't stripped from most of the foods that we have, would I guess, would you still be intaking, the key vitamins, the key nutrients that you would from your food, and that maybe we would see obeseness? We wouldn't see drastic obeseness, but we would see more of a healthier obeseness. Because I've seen the BMIs, and it seems like the label obese comes in almost slightly past the normal weight. Now, I would say, well, I think there's a lot of things that factor into that, like genetics and stuff like that. I don't think that necessarily being slightly overweight or fatter than others necessarily means that you're living an unhealthy lifestyle.
I'm sorry, I totally cut off there for a minute. My headphones died, and I had to switch them. What did you just?
I was going to say, I think the problem that we're in is, so we have two extremes. We have both massively obese and we have deadly skinny. I think that the problem that we have is that the people who slightly fall over the BMI, or their weight is slightly over what's supposed to be average, we label this as fat. And I guess the problem I have with this is that just being fat, I don't think is necessarily unhealthy. I mean, you don't want to be extremely fat. That could be that could be problematic. But the same thing is opposite with the other side. If you're extremely skinny, that's very unhealthy for you. So I would argue that being in that range of either slightly past your BMI or, a good 10, 15, 20, 30 pounds over isn't going to cause as severe health problems as, being extremely fat or extremely skinny.
Yeah, but if we're debating on the fact they're morbidly obese people have a lower life expectancy. So if you're morbidly obese, it doesn't matter what you're eating, you're still not a healthy person just by the standard of it. You're overweight extremely. Your body has a higher toll that's getting putting on it. It doesn't matter what your intake is. It matters how heavy you actually are.
I would argue the inverse is true. If you're extremely skinny, you're also...
All right, boys, time.
I tried.
Good debate, dude.
So
Ashton, that debate, Corey won.
110%.
I was trying to pinpoint them into, at first I was like, okay, I thought I could win if I argue, hey, maybe it's not necessarily fat over what you're intaking. And then I felt like I began to lose ground. So I started to kind of focus on the two extremes and bring it a little bit inward and, try and focus on, hey, maybe it's easier to argue being slightly fat or fatter than others is an easier thing to argue.
You know what I'm surprised you didn't bring up, Corey? I'm surprised you didn't bring up sumo wrestlers. They are some of the healthiest fat people on the planet.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about if you're engaged in physical activity but still overweight, or Samoans.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, sumo wrestlers, they're some of the healthiest, and they're fat, dude, but they are some of the healthiest guys on the planet.
That's a good point.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna say that the debate wasn't about health. I want to know what do you think was the contention that won the debate, lower class? I'm curious as a moderator, if you were to judge this. I mean, obviously there's no bias here. You can judge them equally because that's what this is. So I know I can trust you on that. What would you say was the winning point of the debate? There has to be one.
Well, because the prompt was, is it good for somebody?
Yeah.
So, when it comes to people having a preference in the way that they live and the way that they are, that was... see, it's hard for me to really lock down on points while I'm moderating just because of how, my setup
Corey,
is right
Corey didn't make a single point to affirm them being better off, it being better. He didn't actually definitively make a point. Where he started to every single time. I was rooting for him since the beginning. His opening statement was bomb as hell, dude. Dude, I was so freaking proud of that. But it's like you started conceding what you what you wanted to say, and like that sumo point was a good point, but you didn't seem to like make a lot of examples for why it was healthy. You seem to be just constantly trying to refute why it wasn't healthy. Like you were trying to refute his points rather than making your own. And I think that that's kind of the crux of why I think Ashton just kind of blew this one out. I actually thought that your argumentation was way better. Like hands down. The problem is I think that you veer too much on the logic of what you're arguing.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of like I felt like coming from the losing position. I felt like
no, you had the winning position actually because of how you were arguing and debating him. Like I know that like overall you could say it's the losing position, but there's a lot of semantics in debate. Like I'm supposed to be debating Emmett on whether or not no means no. You tell me if that's not a weird, fucked up, arbitrary argument.
It's tough.
It is. But that's because I'm good at those.
Yeah,
so if you're going to try to win on the harder side to win on, you have to understand how to use language, thoughts, and ideas and logic to kind of construct that argument. The problem is I genuinely never felt like, not even once, like you were ever even attempting to actually engage with the prompt. It was like you were trying to engage against his points.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted to nullify his, I guess, because I knew he was going to come out with the health argument. So I felt like that was going to be the biggest challenge that I was going to have to face. And so I felt like if I nullified that, then it would get easier for me as I went. And it didn't.
Well, if you nullify a point, all he's going to do is make another point, and then what are you going to have to do?
Yeah, keep nullifying. Yeah.
So you never nullified the health argument. You debated the health argument, and the problem is that the empirical data is back on his side for as far as that benefit goes. So where you dropped the ball, in my opinion, is that you should have used that point to be concession. So like while he's debating that point, you should have brought your point forward. So while you're going to concede something that's entirely obvious that it's bad for your health, it doesn't mean that it's not good for you, because health isn't the only metric that we gauge things by. So I feel like you really missed the mark on understanding that in a debate, and this is where a lot of leftists go wrong, and why they lose almost every debate that they actually try to contend with consistently and seriously, is because they refuse to understand what a concession is. You have to make concessions if you're going to actually win your own argument. In order to win your own argument, you genuinely have to give them something that you already know you can't refute. What's the point of trying to refute the health benefit of being obese? I got some right here. But it's important to understand the distinction between the two, because if you're not arguing the actual prompt, then you're allowing them to engage with the prompt and pretty much steamroll the entire debate. Because in my opinion, hands down, you had the better argumentation, like without question.
It's kind of like the better route I should have took is see that point, because that's I'm going to lose that no matter what, and then try and change the topic to then something that supports my position.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of avenues you can take. I'm basing it off of the avenue that you took. So like you could have defined what is healthy. There's a lot of things that you could have done to challenge his belief and forced him into some weird false dichotomy. The problem is that's a very hard stance to take, and you have to be very confident with it.
Yeah.
So it becomes an issue that, like, I think that you were debating down the right track. I just don't, like you said, you didn't concede the right point, because you should have known he was going to win that point no matter how much you argued it.
Yeah.
And then you could have made your own point. Yeah. And then he would have had to start arguing yours, putting you on defense and him on the attack, which is where you wanted him.
Yeah. Okay.
That's very important in debate. Because if you're, I don't know if you were there. Did you ever watch my debate with Ryan?
Yeah.
I started on defense and I put myself on attack. In most people's eyes, that is a disadvantageous position, and it's stupid for me to do so because I already had the advantage. I wanted to do that. I did that intentionally, but you only do that in the sense that, like, you know, you're going to win a point. And that's why I'm saying it's always good if you can shift them to the defensive. You need the offensive, and yourself to the defensive, because you were attacking his position and you needed to swap that.
Okay, I needed to be the one, I guess, more defending and less attacking.
Well, no, that's about the debate. The negative is always going to be on defense, and the affirmative is always going to be on attack. So you, as the defender, you need to find a way to win that debate. And the best way to win it is to put them on the attack if you're already on the attack. Like, you know what I'm saying? So if you're on the affirmative, you want to try to swap that role and make them try to attack your position. Because if you're constantly attacking their position, when are you making your own points?
That's true. Okay, that's fair. Will it always be like that, or will there be times that I need to switch it up?
I mean, I would say everything is circumstantial, but understanding how the logical argument works is very important. I would say that there are probably a lot of topics where being on the offensive would probably be much better because the person because the person defending is going to have a really hard time defending their claims. Like
Yeah.
for instance, when you guys were having the debate on the last one, the women's accountability. Sorry. The negative should have been pressed hard the whole fucking time and never should have been able to make a point. And then you slam a point right there at the end about accountability rather than responsibility or consequence, which is what you were arguing for. You would have legitimately destroyed him because almost every argument, there's a couple, but almost every argument is completely destroyable with like 3 words almost. You gotta be careful with that. Is my only thing is like making sure that you understand that different arguments are going to be constructed differently. But overall, if you need to understand the format, you need to understand whose job is what. It's like a sports team, you know, one attack, one's defense.
Yeah.
It's very similar in that respect.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm learning. I'm trying. It's harder than I thought.
Achilles said it best. You want to draw first blood. Yes, sir. That is based as fuck.
Yeah. The second you get your point out there and you really hammer it home, the other person's on their heels.
Mm-hmm.
Now that was way better time, way better debate. I enjoyed the whole thing, but I didn't even vote on the YouTube side if you did the vote thing. But I'm gonna say hands down, Ashton won that. Hands down.
Damn, Ashton's fucking clearing me.
Well, it's just your argumentation was way better, but you didn't actually argue a single point of your own.
Yeah.
So
I got
not about the topic.
Against you on that one, Base Tweaker.
That's fine. They can debate against me all the day if they want. That's it's all about personal preference at that stage. But I can see that his argumentation was perfect, but his points weren't defended, and he didn't actually do his side of the argument. And that's cool. I mean, if they wanted to vote it that way, I'm just trying to help Corey because I actually think that he's pretty damn good.
No, yeah, 100%.
That was impressive. That was impressive, bro.
All right.
I love the constructive criticism because then it just helps all of us like really understand how to do it better. Anyway,
Exactly.
I'm gonna be honest. To me, I feel like my weak point is kind of gauging the semantics. It's like I think someone who's really good at semantics can shut me down, and I'm just like, I don't fucking know.
Well, that's anybody. But my point is that I think that you actually could be good at semantics. The only reason why I'm saying that to you is that I think that if you focused a little bit more on semantics, you would be a much better debater. Because a lot of people just let that fall by the wayside. I'm a semantics debater person.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like because we had that small back and forth. I think with the Iran situation and how I think it was like there was more evidence pointed toward it being beneficial or Trump needing to do that, and I think you shut me down pretty quick in that one as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, it happened. What was the percent split, by the way? I was curious because I didn't vote on this one.
It was like 70 something to 20 something.
Damn, dude, you gotta step up your game, Ashton. You gotta make the audience like you. You gotta like your. You gotta make. Well, no, you gotta make your. You gotta make your audience like you.
I think that's my argument of fat not existing.
Yeah, you won that debate, but I'm telling you, you won that debate. That's not an opinion, but you didn't win it in the public opinion, and that's the point. You have to be able to win the public's favor.
Yeah,
I think it's fair, yeah, because odds are you will never convince the other person. You just
71-29. Yeah, that sounds about right, Creed. Yeah, it was like 71-29.
I'll take that popularity win. They just love.
I mean, if I would have voted, which I would have voted, it would have probably been closer to like 36% for him because of the amount of people in here. What is it? 13 people, 17 people?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would have voted for him. It would have been about 35%. To be fair.
I'll take technicality.
Oh, Joe, what's going on, dude? Thanks for jumping in and supporting, bro. I appreciate it, man. For real. Always.
All right, someone else needs to come up here and debate. We need someone to come up and debate.
Come on, Dak.
Yeah. And a link is pinned in chat, boys. You're more than welcome.
Literally.
Click that and come on up whenever.
Yeah,
we're just really like True tip, it's hard to vote for somebody who sounds monotone and uncaring about their position.
Exactly. See, I'm telling you, Ashton, you hands down won that debate from beginning to end. But the problem is, you were boring as fuck, homie.
Well, I don't want to. I don't like to try to get too like riled up. That's my thing. I try to keep myself contained because I know if I do get overstimulated from it, then it's gonna make me look more like an idiot than anything.
That's great in an Oxford style debate. That's great in an Oxford style, but that is terrible in an online space where you have people that are looking for personalities. Like, you could sit here and look at all the chats being like, "Fuck you, you're stupid, tweaker. You don't know what you're talking about." I love that. I love that. It's just as good as the positive engagement, because guess what? They're gonna engage with me no matter what. They're gonna vote for me or against me. They're gonna follow me. They're gonna hate watch me. Like, that's the benefit of like the engagement of the online discourse. So I'm saying for you, if you want to win the debate in the public eye, then you have to be able to appeal to your audience.
Yeah, for sure.
Gorilla Biscuit says, just call everyone gay right out of the gate. Surefire winner.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. I literally say gay and all these weird derogatory terms, and people love me for it.
Puff on a cigarette.
Was that the case, Rude? Did I fuck up? I may have fucked that up, boys. I may have fucked that up. I may have not put up a new poll. That could have been on me. All right, let's run it. Let's run this poll back real quick, guys. Let's run it back. All right, hold on.
How many people do we have in the live right now? Like, as far as chat goes,
16.
Because I can't see those. No, because I can't see those numbers.
Yeah, Achilles, I'll try that in the next one. I'll hit him with your gay and take the 15 seconds, and then drill in my position.
No, we agreed to know how the hell I'm going to attack their big wuss.
Yeah, you know. I'm telling you, man, you got to knock out one, and then just take the 15 seconds. And...
Yeah, but I gotta be aware of TOS on Lower Class's channel. I don't want to like slip back into the actual like that fuck it level mentality.
All right, we're running a new poll. We're running a new poll. New poll up.
If we were running on Rumble, that'd be a different story, because then I could say whatever I want to say.
Oh yeah. Corey's at 80% right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I give Corey credit for this dude. He definitely had me whenever it came to semantics and stuff like that.
Oh,
to be fair, we may have a pro-fat chat.
We have a big fat
They
chat.
may be biased.
Highly fucking doubt it, bro. Let me tell you.
You fat fuckers.
All right,
I say this with people love, but you fat fuck can get in line.
So I spun the wheel. I rolled the dice. The prompt for the next debate is going to be, why do other people how about this? Should people affirm transgenderism?
Oh, I cannot take the negative in that. I can't allow that to happen.
Okay, so I'll take the positive.
You're going to take they should be affirmed? Is that what you're taking?
I think I can try and argue that.
Okay. You can try to argue it in that aspect, and I have no problem taking the positive side of the approach.
Put up the prompt, or at least tell me the prompt again so I can try and stay focused.
Oh, it's evened up a little bit now. Out of 7 votes, Corey is at 57. Ashton is at 43.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, maybe they didn't like me saying the pro fat people.
Yeah. You just lost. You lost. You lost the
debate. Like, whoa.
Talk. All right, I'll go ahead and end the poll there, guys. All right, Corey walked away with the belt on that one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me get this up real quick.
That'll boost my confidence going into the next one. I just got to make sure I make a claim.
Should people affirm gender? Corey, you're taking the positive?
Okay. 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 Yeah, I would take the positive.
All right, Ashton, you're taking the negative?
Yeah, I'll take the negative.
All right, Corey, you're going to have your first minute and a half.
Can I ask one question to the moderator?
Yeah, what's up?
What do you mean by this statement?
Should people affirm gender?
Go into a little detail.
So like, let's say, I wake up tomorrow and votes should always be done before full critique. Yeah, that's based. Yeah, it'll sway a lot of fence sitters. Yeah, no, fair. That's a good point. Yeah. We'll hold off and get vote before the breakdown, and someone who actually knows like how to debate can really like break things down. Because like I'm brand new at this. There's like a couple things I can say. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't hear this argument come out. It's just because that's what I would have used, right? But when it comes to like people having like real experience in the space, I'm not really one to talk that much. You know what I'm saying? So let's say tomorrow I wake up and I want to be a woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
And should other people affirm that for me? Should other people kowtow to what I say? I want to be a woman now.
I say no, we are not allowing you to live in delusion.
Right. I'm just clarifying. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that, but I'm just clarifying for Corey here.
So I just want to make sure I'm arguing for acceptance of, I guess,
of transgenderism, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, but should other people affirm that, right? Like, is it? I guess it would say, is it morally right for people to affirm someone who believes they're not the right gender?
Okay, no, I can do that. I just want to make sure I stay focused to the topic and not like end up talking about like something totally different.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one that can really fucking freak out. Yeah, Creed, there you go. Yeah. I guess, hold on, let me rephrase the prompt, because Creed just made a really good point, right? So I'm gonna edit this one real quick.
So like gender identity, or because I guess are we talking about just specifically those who are transgendered, or are we talking the scope of all gender identities?
Right. That's Creed just brought that up, and that's why I want to legitimately debated which rock shape is better. I will argue damn near anything. Yeah, dude. I was arguing yesterday that like it doesn't matter how many innocent people are killed. We need the death penalty and more of it.
That's a hard argument.
Yeah. I mean, I lost both times, but it is what it is. I felt like I made some good points.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. So, should people affirm transgenders?
Okay. So more so, because now the transgender involve gender identities.
Yeah.
That's people
that's
that just
where
say
all of that comes from.
I'm bisexual, or like I'm.
Well, that's not sexuality. That's not sexuality. We're talking about gender.
Is affirming transgenderism harmful for society?
There we go.
That's what you need to debate.
Okay.
That's the debate you need to have. That's the easiest way to articulate that point and to actually argue that.
All right.
It has to be fair to both sides, because otherwise you're leaning the verbiage to one direction and making it easier for them to argue.
Okay.
Is affirming transgenderism healthy for society? Is that what you said?
Good for society. We're not healthy. Healthy is a weird term, as you saw in the last debate.
Yeah.
Like, you need to use good, because then this is going to be a morality argument. A lot of this is going to include morality, so it's going to be a lot of interesting things. But if you make healthy, then you're going to have a lot of semantical arguments on Corey's side if he's smart.
I'm not. I'm dumb.
All right.
But I'll walk my way through it. I think
I
I
was
got
just about to say, I'm dumber than a box of rocks.
I'm a box of rock.
All right, Corey.
Mhm.
You got a minute and a half, my bro. You ready?
Oh well, actually, Ashton, you just want to get into this one?
Or you just want to go?
Well,
You guys
usually
want to go for 13 minutes
I
straight?
mean, I can do an opening
Let's
statement.
just-
It's just I don't think I can.
Let's just get into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you just want to get into it, I'm fine with that as well.
All right. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm down.
3,
Yeah.
2, 1, go.
Okay, now how can you say that conforming to a delusion is a positive thing for society?
Well, I can point out that we've accepted some form of delusions in society, like Santa Claus, like religion, like and that's a tough thing to say, but we've accepted that it's okay that we accept some lies. So I would have to ask you, what's your rationality for saying that one less lie is going to hurt society or be bad?
Well, I'm saying if you're lying on a biological standpoint and you're saying that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man, then what other lies are you willing to allow? Are you saying that then we can say that a dog is a cat and a cat is a dog?
Well, I guess I would have to focus on how do you think, how would you assume that this harms society? Because in an aspect where we accept people for who they are, it tends to go beneficial for society.
Yeah, but I look at it as this way. Whenever you're hiding something into a psychological standpoint and you're trying to twist certain things to mean certain objectives, when you start to fade the lines within the gray and you say that, okay, a woman can now become a man and a man can now become a woman just based off of what they're feeling inside, that changes the whole standpoint of society. It turns a society upside down on itself. Not only that, but it also hurts people psychologically because then you're giving into a mass delusion and a mass system that does not allow for the things of nature to be correct or be a standpoint. So you're hurting not just yourself, but you're hurting the society at large because you're not letting the truth to be real.
I could argue the same thing. Well, okay, we're on YouTube. I could argue the same thing that people who are born in different areas have different IQs, and then so we can accept that certain things in society may not be beneficial just because they're found in nature. I could say that just because it's the biological truth doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good thing for society.
Yeah, but when you have a society based in truth and biology, you have an easier standpoint to kind of direct the new generation and direct people on how to live and how to breathe. So when you're saying that it's okay that a man dresses up as a woman and says that he's a woman even though he could be furthest from a woman, that hurts the minds of not only younger generation, but it hurts the minds of everybody if you think about it, because then we're just allowing anything into society. We shouldn't allow those types of things to be in society because then you're allowing for a furtherance of that mass delusion, and we should not support a delusional society.
Well, I would argue you've already accepted delusion.
Not necessarily. You're looking at it from folklore, and you're looking at it from okay, so we tell kids Santa Claus exists to make them listen and stuff like that. When you're looking at it from an aspect of this is something we can actually point to in the world of a being or of a person, then that's a completely different thing. Because we actually have that in society, and it's not just a mythological being that doesn't exist.
Well, society is shaped by these mythological stories, correct? So they are beneficial to society.
Well, to a certain extent, but if you're looking at it from a breakdown point, having Santa Claus in society is not necessarily a bad thing. Would you agree? Even though it's a delusional argument, you're acting as if the biology of one person is not real. That's completely different than just saying that Santa Claus exists.
Well, I guess I would say that yes, there may be biological differences, but accepting that someone feels the opposite sex and wants to portray that, don't see how that's harmful for society. I think you have to make. I think what you're doing is putting your perception on how society should be, and saying that we have to accept the truths that you want. You have to accept truths that you think are beneficial, but then we ignore other truths because they are also beneficial. I would argue that, like, the harm that it would do is no different than the harm of people who want to just go about their lives, and us allowing that and
Yeah,
accept
but you're harming society, because then you're putting a false narrative into societal strain where it doesn't need to be pushed. I have no problem with you having a fluid sexuality, such as being gay or such as being a lesbian. But when you start to break it down and say that your sex doesn't exist, or you say that your biology is wrong and you're trapped in a different body, when we have science that clearly shows that you cannot physically be trapped in a different style of a body, that's whenever you're hurting society, because you're taking biology out of the society, and you're taking out of the equation for the factor that truth in society doesn't matter. It matters when you have a truthful society, to where you can look at a man and say, yep, that's a man. Or you can look at a woman and say, yep, that's a woman. You don't want to have that dichotomy to where whatever you say or whatever you feel exists.
I mean, I don't, but like I said, I don't think just because you're truthful in biology necessarily means anything. Because I guess I would make the argument, it's more, this may be unrelated, so tell me if it is, but if it's true that men having just blatant sexual women is better for society because you bring more people into the society, then that's not necessarily how our society operates. Yet we're going against what would be biologically better or biologically true, where we have standards in which we can separate ourselves from biology. And if we have the technology to then push that, I still don't see how accepting people as men and women with the identity that they feel is the opposite of what they're portrayed with on their outside. I don't think that stopping that is going to be it's going to be negative. I think accepting people for who they are is beneficial no matter what.
But when you're pushing into a delusional factor, and you have these markers such as the unalivement rate, and you have those other psychological problems with the society, you don't want to push more of that delusion and more of that issue. So when you're looking at the transgender movement and you're looking at the rates of, unalivement, that's not something that you want as a necessary good for society. So if you're forcing and pushing that delusion, and you're allowing somebody to still live in that delusion, and not just be like, hey, you need a little bit of help mentally, but you are not what you say that you are, then that's whenever you have that issue. So you can't just sit back and say that, oh, it's not going to harm anybody, whenever it clearly is harming the society that you live in. Whenever you have an unalivement rate of, 41%, even post-operation. So that's not something that you want necessarily as a good thing in society, do you?
Well, I guess it being a good thing is just based on your opinion. It's not grounded in any factual evidence, so it's kind of, I would still argue that accepting people is beneficial, because the more social cohesion we have between people and people accepting each other, the better our society can be. And if this is how truly people view themselves, and they have a disorder behind it to justify it, I think it would seem morally okay to then bring these people into society and accept them.
Yeah, but I look at it as this way, though. I want truth and logic within society, and I don't want people to be pushing a mass delusion or a mass counter, because I don't want Jimmy to dress up as Sally and then say that I can be whatever I want to be. I'm brave, strong, and individual. No, I want you to be all that you can be, but I also want you to be truthful within the fact that, okay, maybe I don't feel very, very manly, and you might not feel very, very manly, but you still want that belief that I am a man, but I would rather dress up in drag or something to that extent. My problem is whenever you have a mass casualty rating of that high for that subset of group of people, I don't think that that's fair to that subset group of people that we push a delusion to where they then feel that way further and further and further into society, and we're allowing all that to take place in a society. We need to get back into reality, and you need to get back into the set of belief systems that, okay, yes, you can love whoever you want to love. I have no problem with that portion.
Time. Base Tweaker, give me just a second.
That's really all I had.
I'm going to put a poll up in chat and see who thinks who won. We'll get a basic idea on who thinks who won. And then we'll have Base Tweaker come up and give his breakdown here. All right, boys. Poll is in the chat. Poll is in the chat. Poll is in the chat.
My chat is in the poll.
Now hold up just a second, Base Tweaker. Feel free to bullshit for a second. But
no, all good. I can't vote. I can't vote while I'm up here because I'm on my phone, so I can't really back and go and vote for the poll. So my vote's not going to count.
Got it.
Your vote doesn't count.
Yeah, well, I mean that's that. I mean, I'll argue that debate. I'll actually debate that against anybody. That's actually what I believe. Yeah.
Man, it's looking.
How are you feeling about today, lower class? How are you feeling about the idea of your format?
I like it so far. I like it so far.
You only have two contestants. I understand that you would like to have more, but you could still get an idea about the format in and of itself.
Definitely
for sure.
I like having a good practice of it, because then whenever we do get into, say I would get into another open panel.
Abe, I really agree. I am so impressed. Like, I'm over here doing dishes, and I'm over here. I can't believe that I'm supporting something that God damn.
Debate class is his new thing.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. The difference is, at least I'm not charging you like $500 for a debate course. It's not going to make you a better debater.
Fuck! Wow, that's crazy, man. So this is what it looks like in the poll. 6 votes in. Anybody else wants to throw their name in the hat or wants to?
What's it at right now?
It's 50-50.
Okay, well, I'll be the tiebreaker then.
Okay, yeah, let's hear it.
If no one else votes, I'm going to be the tiebreaker, and it's pretty obvious who I'm going to pick.
Oh, I just ended the
Oh, is it? So it's 50-50?
Yeah.
Yeah. Without a shadow of a doubt, Corey just fucking made transgenderism look cool. Like I can't actually believe that he had me on his side, because I am avidly against this with like the level of disgust of maximum. So it's like really funny that he got me on his side with his argument. Like, bro, I'm not kidding you. I was impressed the entire time. You were making arguments that I was sitting there thinking, like, I hope he says this. And then you just go right into it. Like, you made it so clear that it isn't. Dude, you made the affirmative look easy. Like, I know that it's easy for people to vote against that topic because they don't believe in it. But I'm going to say hands down, Ashton. Like, I'm sorry, dude. That was impressive. I never expected to see that from Corey. Like, that was. Like, you didn't do anything wrong necessarily. You didn't press the right points. There's a lot more things that you could have done, and I'm sure you see hindsight already, because it's very easy to be in that moment. But it's dude, Corey, dude, you actually crushed that, man.
I tried. With that one, I felt like I was definitely running out of ammunition, because I don't want to say it. Like in my other debates, I would notice I would repeat myself. In this one, I was trying to actively prevent myself from, going down the same line of logic. But hey, I tried in this one. This one was
dude, you didn't just try. You fucking blew it. You blew it out of the park. Like a 50-50 on a topic like this. Go ahead.
I was going to say he had more distinctions in his categories he was bringing out. That's where he lost me. when he was being more succinct, I was like, okay, I can't. He has me in a corner, and I can't get out of the fucking corner. And like that's where I was even like, God damn, Corey, stop it.
Corey, dude, I'm not even gonna lie, man. Like I genuinely, and this is, I hope this doesn't, offend you, but I thought that you were just a simple person that just enjoyed having conversation. I didn't actually realize that you could probably be a pretty damn good debater, bro. Like that was impressive, dude.
I love debate. I never thought I'd be good at it because I get flustered a lot. But yeah.
You do, but you turn it around, man. Like it. See, that's the thing that I noticed with you. It's like you start to get in that stammering position where you're just like, but then all of a sudden you come out with something out of left field that nobody is expecting you to say. So I'm just like, like you seem so nervous, but now you're making a point that's so assertive that I'm like, okay, well, I mean, it's wrong, but good on you for trying. Like,
I mean, that's also something too. It's like debating a topic that I just hate. I was trying to make sure that I had the next one fired up, and so that was a tough one for me. I'm not even gonna lie, that was tough.
Like, Ashton, you're not a bad debater. I think the problem is you're too nice of a person. I don't want to call you a pussy, but because that word would be a little too apropos. But the reality is that you need to you need to be a little bit more assertive and directive in your argumentation, because you're basically just letting Corey dog walk you in the sense that he's controlling the narrative. He's controlling where you go. He's directing the flow of the conversation, and you're not. And that's when you're like, oh, I don't want to be this and that. So a part of debate, and the reason why people get upset and get heated, like, I mean, you'll see it anytime I'm on a panel. I'll start going off on people because at the end of the day, it makes me make certain that I'll never be unheard more than them. And you have to do that. So obviously panels different than one-on-one, but you can't just let someone else tell you where you exist.
That's true. That's where I'll give Corey that credit. Yeah, no, it was definitely. It's fun to know, like, it's fun to have these criticisms too, because then it's like, okay, when I do go on to the next step and I go on to what I want to do, like on a panel or something to that extent, it's going to help me know, okay, this is what we were talking about on lower classes. This is where I need to fucking just dog walk, just start fucking throwing points left and right.
And also, just touching back on what Base Tweaker said, one thing that would really help you is to try and assert control over the conversation. So, like, if, like, let's say Corey says something and makes a point and starts dragging the conversation in that way, fucking reel him back in. You know what I mean? Don't let him pull you in that direction, right? Like, no. We're not going there. Short, quick answer, and then immediately follow up with something that brings it right back to the guardrail that you want to exist in. This is where the conversation is. I choose it. It's right here, you know? And sometimes debates can really fall down into just two people trying to drag each other into each other's space. That happens sometimes, you know? But it's a lot better than you know, getting a collar around your neck and getting walked down the street. You know what I mean?
For sure.
But that was great debate, boys.
Thank you.
I'm having fun. What are you guys thinking? I know you guys are the ones debating.
It's tough because it's like, with each issue, it's like, okay, so I'm trying to prepare myself, and then it seems like being on the negative, to me, seems a little bit more easier, and being on the positive, even though I agree more with the positive than the negative, I don't know, it just seems easier to debate the negative.
You guys want me to choose? Do you guys want me to? I mean, it wouldn't really be up to me. I think, like, would it be more fair for? Because you guys align pretty well on a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
You guys swap.
Yeah, pretty based.
Devil's advocate.
Well, we pay him to be aligned. Big Soda.
Yeah.
Big Soda.
Do you guys think it would be a little?
Well, I think that's what we've been kind of doing. We've been kind of going back and forth, like devil's. Like, okay, it's your turn to play devil's advocate. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're gonna kind of have to, right? Oh wait, hold on. Base Tweaker's coming. No.
So at that point, it becomes a moderator issue. You have to understand that you need to learn how to write a prompt for the side that needs to defend. So, like, the way that it works is if you've got a lot of prompts that are basically making the attack hard and the defense easy, because that is the nature. If I have to attack you and you have to stand there and defend yourself, logic tells you that the defense is easier than the attack. However, when it comes to debate structure, and this is what I was saying before, there's a lot that you can do to redirect the conversation. Again, I point you to my debate with Ryan where I was on defense and I chose to be the attacker, even though that's just my arrogance. I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid of me. But the reality is that sometimes you could put someone off guard and you can actually win the debate that way. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of different ways to argue, but there's also a lot of different ways to write a prompt. So in that instance where I said, what was it? Transgenderism is harmful or is beneficial to society. You could have just said transgenderism is harmful to society, and that would flip the difficulty and the onus on the attacker. Because you take a nonsense position, one that's like less easy to defend, and then you force it on the other side, essentially. Because it's the best way to make sure that you balance out the fact that attack is a little bit easier. He was right about that. It is from a basic standpoint from where you start, but that's where it's like chess. Like, obviously someone goes first. The person who goes second is going to have the advantage. But how often is it a grandmaster winning from the white people?
Yeah.
And that's why I say, like, there is a way to win always, even if you are the defense. But I will say that if you think it's a topic that is a little bit more to one side as a moderator and as the host, obviously, you need to make sure that you're writing it in a way, or you're saying it in a way, or defining it in a way that would put the advantage in the proper place. Because sometimes even the attacker has the harder position because you have to attack a rock solid foundation. Like it's one of those things that you have to make sure that the way you write a prompt is very distinct based on what you're trying to discuss or argue. So he is right in that. But at the end of the day, if you can't win on attack, you're not a good debater. You have to, I mean, it's easy to defend, but you have to be able to win on attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on. So you're going to take the next, like, controversial affirmative.
Okay.
Oh, Achilles. So you're saying they argue each other's positions. So, like, we do the exact same prompt, just opposite positions. Is that what you're saying, Achilles?
That's what I think he's saying. Like, do the flip of the argument. I've heard that one of the chatters should come up and take an argumentative position.
All right, Ashton, get ready because you're about to have to argue why affirming transgenderism is good for society.
Oh, that's not fair.
That's what's happening.
Is that what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Chat has spoken.
Chat has spoken.
All right. I know you're not ready for this, but you're going to be going up first, and you're going to have to argue for this. You want a minute and a half opener, or do you guys just want to swing it out again for 13 minutes?
Let's just swing it out.
Yeah, let's just keep swinging.
All right. Like Harambe, we're swinging it out. All right.
Like Harambe.
You guys ready?
Yep.
3,
Yep.
2, 1, go.
So I think that being transgender is benefit for society because we're allowing people to live the most freest lives of themselves. So when you look at the way society views the world in a grid format there, to have more open expression of sexuality and mind and thought process, I think allowing transgenders to be one with our society definitely has a positive impact on the society in a general sense.
Before we tackle that, tell me what you mean when you say good for society.
Well, it's better to have a society that's more succinct with each other and not as hateful with each other. So if you have a society that does not like transgenders and does not like the idea of being transgender or gender fluid or sexual fluid, then you're breeding a lot more grounds for hatred and you're breeding a lot more grounds for bigotry within the society of itself.
Would you say that being good for society has to, or does said thing that is good for society has to keep society going, or is anything that's bad for society something that hinders or stops society from continuing?
Well, I mean, it doesn't necessarily stop or hinder society from continuing if you're just letting people live their lives. That's the thing of it. If you're letting me live my life and be free as I want to be free with my will and my subjective reality, then it doesn't matter what your society tells you. It matters what I feel. And at the end of the day, my feelings win all.
But why should I accept that if it hinders or negates the continuing of society?
Well, because if you're not accepting it, then you're forcefully pushing a belief system onto me that I don't wish to believe. So how
But
is that fair in my aspects if you're telling me that I can't be what I believe I am whenever I believe it? You're denying me my own free will.
Okay. Now, you can engage
Hold
in
on,
your
guys.
free.
Hold on. Just want to pause you right there.
Yep.
I just want to clarify the prompt.
Okay.
The prompt is not, should transgenders be able to exist in society? The prompt is solely centered around, is affirming transgenderism. So if someone is transgender, is affirming their gender, like calling them their preferred pronouns, all of that. That's what we're debating here. So is affirming transgenderism, is that good for society?
And
Just to clarify the prompt.
I would argue that he's been saying, well, I guess his position, it hasn't been reaching the standard of justifying me reaffirming that belief is necessary. I think what he has done is he's saying it should exist in society. There's a lot of bad things that exist in society that we do not want to affirm, such as, crimes, and other situations that cause detriment or cause the hindrance of society. So I would argue that his belief being one that accepts transgenders and should allow them to be in society and that we should accept that, I don't think we should accept that because the simple fact that if I can't continue this society and keep it going, then there's no point in reaffirming anything.
Yeah, but if you're not affirming the ideology that I support, you're hurting the ideology that I support, and you're causing more of the death to take hold. So if you're not affirming them, and the unalivement rate thus increases, you're harming more of the society that you wish to keep intact. So why wouldn't you want to keep that society, even if it is one of delusion and one that you don't support and justify? But you would want to keep those people around, would you not?
Keeping them around and reaffirming them are two separate things. I mean, people exist around me all the time, and I don't necessarily have to affirm what they believe just because they exist around me. I don't accept murderers in my society, or I may accept petty crime people in my society, but that doesn't mean I should affirm them and accept them for who they are.
Yeah, but you're not accepting the petty crime people. You're putting them in jail for their actions. I'm saying that you should accept. Yes, but you should accept us as the transgender community because we're not harming you or your society or your actual self-involvement within society. We're not putting you at risk or you at danger by you just saying, well, that is a woman, even though it's a man.
Well, it does.
You could save more lives that way.
Well, not necessarily, no, because what ends up happening is the potential of people, I guess the potential of people isn't saving lives, but I can guarantee more people in my society by pushing away from your ideology than affirming it. And you do actually, it's not that you just get to live the way you live, you then get to influence my children. And then we see campaigns in which they're actually influencing children. And I would say not only are you accepting the way you live, but you are now then trying to teach it to me and my offspring. And the more this is promoted, that means the less potential life we could have in a society. And at the end of the day, a society is there to protect the people that live in it and to foster it and have it grow. And if you're negating that, then you are detriment to society.
Yeah, but you should also be protecting those you don't agree with in society as well. You don't have to agree with me on every one of my decisions, but you shouldn't just sit there. No, I apologize.
I'm good.
Well, I tried to drink a drink whenever I was talking. That didn't work very well. But you're not allowing me in your society, and you're pushing me out of the society. You're ostracizing me from my own people, and thus with my feelings and my beliefs that of myself, you're causing me to feel like an outsider in my own world. And how is that fair?
Well, I'm okay with that because I'm putting children into the society, and so there are things in my society that I do not affirm. And now that I have not only myself but I have my children, I have to protect them and what they absorb in that society. And if you're promoting bad ideals or ideals that hinder society, then now it's no longer let you exist and let you join society. It's now me protecting my own generation or my lineage because you want to promote ideals that will lead to ultimately kids not having babies, people becoming I forget the term for it, but when you cannot have offspring, you have surgeries, you have things that hinder what a human body is supposed to do, and it just doesn't seem like something that's productive to society. And I will not affirm anything that's not productive for society.
Yeah, but if you would just affirm it, even if you don't believe it in your heart of hearts, if you would just affirm it and it would save just one life, wouldn't that be a betterment for society as a moral approach?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, because it's one of those things to where you're arguing, let me engage in your society, even if it saves my life. And I think this is a big jump, but I think the same thing could be made with immigration. I could save your life by letting you in this country, but that doesn't mean I'm going to allow you to or affirm that you should.
Yeah, but letting somebody into your country is completely different than me already being an established member of your country and of your society, and all I want is just equally recognized for the thoughts that are in my head. How is that fair to me as a person in society whenever your belief systems outweigh mine, and you can't sit here and just agree to my belief systems even though I partake in your own society with you?
Well, what I would argue is it comes down to the question of, do I need to accept said thing? And if you break it down to just that, I think then it can expand into immigration, and why I can make a valid point saying that comparing immigration to something else. It's also no, go ahead.
But my studies show that my happiness and the happiness of the people that are in my community could help society, because then it's teaching society to be more non-judgmental, more open to thought process and idea. And even that's both, then you're saving, a 0.1 or a 1% of your society that helps you in the day-to-day life of society. It doesn't matter what I actually believe that I am. I'm still a working, vast member of society who helps the common good of another person, and I'm not weighted down by a moral objection.
Well, I guess, should I then reaffirm schizophrenic people?
Well, that's a different issue. That's a mental health issue that we can prove that people have different voices inside their head that they're listening to. I'm just saying that I'm not.
Can we prove it, or is it something that's kind of wrapped in a pseudoscience where it's a diagnosable thing where a person says, I have voices inside my head, so therefore either we affirm that or we tell them, no, those voices ain't real. That urge that you're getting inside your head isn't a real urge. It's just something that is being manifest through a chemical process. And I could argue the same thing with the disorder, with the gender disorder. There is something in your brain that is arguing to yourself that you are something that you are not. And same thing with schizophrenia people. I could treat it as, hey, either I can affirm that this person is hearing voices and he should accept that, or that he should try and resist that, and that is not something that he should, I guess that is not something that I should just actively promote as being acceptable in my society.
Well, then that means that you should then ostracize people with depression or anxiety or other mental illnesses as well. Then, would you not? Would you say that they're not functioning in good members of your society if they're depressed or anxious? You can only be happy, and you can only be of which body and which mind and of which gender that you actually are born to. So you're not allowing free will just because of a mental capacity for a difference of opinion.
Well, I'm not necessarily infringing on their free will. What I'm telling them is the thing that your brain is telling you is not a normal process. If it's not a normal process, be careful just adhering to it. I don't affirm that depressed people should be depressed, and I don't engage with them as everything they do should be depression. So I shouldn't engage in transgender person just because they say, hey, this thought is not, I think I'm someone else and I want to play this out in the world. It's kind of like with all these other things you labeled, I would tell them that the opposite is true, and that there are things going on inside them that are probably leading to this worldview. And the same thing with a transgender person, I would do this pretty much the same thing and tell them, hey, there are some things that's happening in your psychological state that are not adhering to the rules that we play in society.
Yeah, but what rules do we have for society? If nature tells me that I am if my brain tells me I'm a female, but nature tells me I'm a male, I should go with my own belief system, correct, and not just what nature is.
Well, no, in society, especially if we're speaking now, our society has a language underneath it, and this language allows us to communicate. And if we start stripping away this language and saying that we accept things that aren't applicable to this language, then you're kind of tearing at the base root of society, trying to get us to accept things that aren't true.
Okay. But at the same time, you just saying that yes, you are a man or yes, you are a woman has no actual effect on the well-being of your society to just one person. That just allows for one person in your society.
Time. Okay. Man,
Damn you, Corey.
that was back and forth. Boys.
That was
Back and
good.
forth. All right, I'm going to put this poll in the chat. All right, chat. You guys will decide the fate of the winner.
Now, lower class, would you
Not the
think?
winner, not the fate.
Do you think we kind of stayed closer to the focus after that moderation adjustment?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
perfect. I thought the same thing. I thought, because it's like I think we were about to delve off topic, and so I thought it was a pretty good moderation to kick us back into play.
Polls up.
Yeah, I
boys,
agree.
Polls up.
They use the last 15 seconds to call you delusional or something.
Now,
I'm just kidding. I would never be mean to you, Ashton.
Oh, you can be mean to me. I got thick skin.
I'm interested to see which direction this one goes, man.
Oh, I know Corey had me. That's the sad part. Knowing that there's not a way for me. The only internal critique that I have is sitting there going, yeah, you know what? Everything he's saying sounds great. And I can't think of my own comeback because I'm not normally on the side of the devil's advocate.
Yeah.
I normally have somebody else as devil.
That's a tough one because it's not only that you're arguing that they should exist, but you're then arguing that people should accept this. Like, it's not just, and it's like, I think, because that's the way you went to tackle, and if that was the point, I don't know if I could have argued whether they should exist or not without violating terms of service, but that was good. I would say that it'll probably go 45 or 45, was it 55 in my favor? I think you were closer to me than you're giving yourself credit to. I think you're making some good points. In a losing topic.
In a losing topic.
You have to think it's kind of like you're not only allowing should we just go with them, but to accept them. That's a tough thing to argue.
All right, boys, get your votes in. We only got 6 votes. Get some votes in. I want to see what chat thought about this. I'm gonna give you 2 more minutes on the poll, and then I'm gonna close it.
I see EOD's in there, the king of the gingers. Is that Charlie?
Don't you bark at me, Charlie?
Well, no. So I
something-
have these Indian people that live below me, and they they stomp and they fucking. It's like they're throwing dressers down there every goddamn day, and to a dog that it might as well be a bark. So
It might as well be a grenade.
yeah.
Did you say Indian?
Yeah. They're they're Indian. Yeah.
Are we talking Dot or are we talking hi, how are you?
Yeah.
We talking like the Stinky or the
Dot.
horse riders?
Dot. Curry chicken.
I will say, man, they maximize the use of trains. They have figured out travel by train. Have you seen some of them videos?
Yeah, they fucking pack on them. All right, that's it for the poll, guys. So, 67-33 in favor of Corey on that one. Come on up, Bass Tweaker. Give your breakdown.
Right. It was very easy to see that Corey won that. 63-37. You hear me?
Yeah, we do now. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
33.
Oh, okay. So at the end of the day, Corey won that pretty much the entire debate. Like, there was a couple points where you had him pretty good, Ashton, but I don't understand why you kept trying to devolve the debate into fairness. And Corey, I don't know why you didn't put that nail in that coffin. There's nothing fair about what you guys were talking about. Nothing about this is about fairness. So it's like he kept bringing up a lot of emotional appeals that you were just granting him for no apparent reason, even though you were making solid points and he was having a hard time refuting them. I'm just saying that, like, if you wanted to just sweep him like you should have in this one, like, I mean, I'm just going that far to say that you could have legitimately taken this debate so easily that it wasn't even like much of a contest, more of just like a train, watching the train wreck being like, ooh, Ashton, man, I don't know what is going on with you against Corey, but he might be your kryptonite, bro. Because like, I can tell that you want it and that you're smart, but it feels like you get apprehensive and then you start losing your train of thought. And you don't direct the conversation enough.
Can I give Ashton some credit? To be fair, he lost twice the same topic, and he did beat me twice on 2 different topics.
No, he's doing good. But as time went on to these debates, you've been winning pretty consistently, Corey. Like, I'm just saying, like the vote that like happened before. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, you won both times on this topic, which is a pretty slam dunk topic for most people, because it's a lot of what Corey was saying was false. Like, just now, and Ashton didn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and so I missed the opportunities to capitalize on a lot of things.
And then when I heard you say in the middle of like a point, I was like, yeah, he's cooked. Like, that was the moment where I realized that you were just absolutely finished. Like, that was like fatality level,
I said a really long time because I started coughing. I tried to take a drink while in between talking, and it went down the wrong freaking pipe. So
like, from an optic standpoint, it just looked like you were defeated. Like, just when you did that it just made it seem all the more like done.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's very tough to argue something that you vehemently like stand against, right? Mm-hmm. But all that being said, that's why we're doing this. So in the future, you can know what kind of arguments to look out for, especially when you can find good arguments for the other side. If you can make those arguments, you can refute those arguments. You know?
Exactly.
I tried to pinpoint the fact It's like I wanted him to kind of keep attacking the why. I guess that I should accept something, and so I may have got too focused into that and missed the other opportunity to hammer in.
Yeah, but you kept putting me back into the same corner, and that I think that's what basically they're saying. Like, being able to put your opponent in the exact same corner on every talking point that you have, that's
I'll
whenever
give
you know
advice.
you're winning.
I'll give advice to anyone listening, and this includes you, lower class. If you have an ability, a notepad, whether it's physical manifestation or a digital notepad, you need to make sure that even if you don't have your debate written out, if you really, really want to succeed and you want to be like people like Rob, for instance, who has a notepad in his head, or me, who has a notepad in his head. My notepad will get bigger. I'll get better. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that level yet. But the reality is you need to be able to write down exactly what's happening in an argument. And I don't mean all line for line. So you need to write down your contentions. Do you guys know what a contention is?
It's like is it a point like a
Yes, point.
Yeah.
You right there. It's your point. So you need about 3 points on average in order to win a debate, because they're going to try to attack at least 2 of them, and then you need at least 1 to stand. So ideally, what you're trying to do is you're going by their contentions. You're going to write down this contention. So transgenderism is good because it benefits overall health of society, or whatever. This is just an example of like whatever the specific argument the person is making, and then you make a mark or a dot or whatever symbol you want that lets you know whether or not they haven't refuted it and it still stands, and then you can cross that out with their refutation so that you can refute that if you need to. And that way you can go point by point. You can switch it up if you need to. You can go back to an original point. You can do whatever you want to control the argument. But the problem is I think that both of you are forgetting a lot of what you debated about. You're not actually contending with all of the arguments laid out in front of you, and it's causing it to be very hard for the audience to follow, because I truly think that in most of these debates, Corey's just swept on the boat. And I think that it was hard for him to do so just because of the way that you guys aren't truly keeping track of what the other person's point is. So that's why I say if you have a notepad, you just write down that contention, write down that, and then write down your own. And then do the same for yours, which one's being countered, which one hasn't been countered. It'll help you keep track of it so that you can think faster.
Okay, hang on. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go grab a notepad.
He's gonna grab a legal pad. That's what I would do. I grab myself a notebook and write it down. Like, that's probably what I'm gonna do for my next debate, just to keep myself honest, so that way I don't lose my train of thought like I did with my opening statement and my closing statement with Fuckstick.
All right, spinning the wheel.
Spin me right round, baby, right round.
First Amendment. That's the next topic.
First Amender pad.
All right. So, for the First Amendment, we have what is hate speech and is it hate?
Well, what is hate speech doesn't work because it's affirmative or negative, right? So
Fair. So what we can do is
that needs to be rewrote to is hate speech racial, or is hate speech
How about just
bad? Is hate speech bad?
Yeah, how about just is hate speech hate?
Well, no, that's a non-argument, because it's hate. You're defining it in the thing. So there's a reason why I chose no means no, because there's going to be an argument that I know that Emmett's going to try to make, and it's going to be nullified by the topic, because I know that he's not an expert level debater. So he's going to come in here with an argument. I already know what his argument's going to be. He doesn't know that I know, and he thinks that he's going to win on a semantical argument that's going to be higher than mine. Problem is, the semantic he's going to try to use implies that no means no. It's defined in the topic. It's like, well, no, because if you define it that way, then it's a non-argument. You can't actually start an argument from there, so there is no debate.
You could be watching right now.
Oh, that's fine, but I doubt it.
He's not giving away all his ammo. He was just giving.
Chat earlier, just saying. So
no, I know he was. Dude. I understand, and I know that I'm live right now. I said that like I said it. I'm being honest because I want people to be better debaters. Fair. I don't care about winning or losing. It's gonna be a good debate no matter what, because I know he's a good debater. So at the end of the day, you need to understand that if you create certain languages inside of your prompt, it cannot be argued, because someone's going to come up with an ultimate onus, and that can't happen in a debate. So there's a reason why that goes through several layers of like editing and people looking at it before topics are actually used on like a national stage when it comes to professional debates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So I would say the topic has to be very specific here.
Yes. So check it out. First Amendment. Is hate speech wrong? Should hate speech be censored? This was one that Emmett had given me, so we could possibly.
Which one?
This one. Should
Is
Christians
hate
take
speech
control of the government and impose morality?
do that one?
And then I also have, can we truly have separation of church and state?
Okay, so the first one was which one?
Is hate speech wrong?
It's a really broad brush. I'm trying to think of a way to simplify it. Does anyone have any ideas how we could simplify that? Because I like that topic and I want to debate it, but I kind of feel like it's too broad.
It could be is hate speech
Harmful.
Should it be legal?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah. Is hate speech truly harmful?
it brings it down to the most like root of the cause.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, and this is not going to give anybody an exact argument, but like, is it truly harmful? And then I'm doing this for this one because you guys have been through so many debates. So is it truly harmful? I mean, you could literally go in the definition of words. There's a lot of semantical arguments that both of you can use to kind of affirm your side. But the reality becomes you need to make sure that you're arguing the exact prompt. So is it truly hurtful? Well, I guess it depends on which direction you're talking about hurtful. Is it hurtful to society? Is it hurtful to the people that are being attacked? Is it actually causing physical harm? Are we talking to mental or emotional? So there's a lot of different avenues to go from here. I want to point that out so that you guys are thinking in all directions and not just linearly, because I feel like it's very common for especially you, Ashton, to get tunnel vision and you just start hammering down on one thing while you've got Corey over here being like, look, there's a pretty butterfly. I'm going to grab that butterfly.
All right. Hey, real quick, just want to give some love to chat.
and
Just
he's
want to
like,
give
I'm
some
gonna
love to
grab
chat.
that butterfly.
Hold on, guys. EOD, Achilles, Project Vio, Abe Dinkus. We got Cree Dog. We got Scott Headbot. We got K2. We got Josh Blinzer. Thank you guys very much for coming in and supporting the channel. It really, really means a lot to me. Love seeing you guys in here. Just want to reiterate the fact. The panel link is pinned in chat. If you want to come up and we're just duking it out right now. This is Fight Club, boys. We're circled around, we're pointing the fingers, and we're duking it out. You know what I mean? So if you want to come in, test your hand in the circle, baby. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so the prompt I have coming up next is going to be one of these four. Is hate speech truly harmful? Should hate speech be censored? Actually, you know what? Let's make that a little more extreme. Should hate speech be legal?
Yeah.
Should Christians take control of the government and impose morality? Can we truly have separation of church and state? So I'm going to roll the dice on this one. It's 1 of 4. And we have 1. Is hate speech truly hurtful?
I mean, which one do you want to go first? Do you want to go positive first, and say that it is harmful to society, or do you want to go the negative and say it's not harmful? Because on this one, I think I could do both on.
Yeah, I'm trying to think which one.
I have a stronger that it's not harmful than I have for a stronger that it is harmful. But I mean, I could definitely go both ways on this one.
Scott, do you think that would come down to like just should hate speech be legal? Do you think that would fall under that category or no?
I would say probably not.
That would be
Not
I
everything.
think that would be a better word.
Because it says
Yeah.
should government decide and legislate hate speech? So would that fall under that? Ah, thank you, Achilles. I appreciate it, man. I'm having a fucking blast. How you guys doing? You guys liking this? You guys having fun?
I'm having fun.
Dude, I'm having a fucking like mountain of fun right now.
Yeah, dude. I'm having a really good time right now, man. This is awesome. I can't wait to start getting some more people in. You know.
This will be the last time I can come up. This will be the last time that I can come up. I want you to read Scott's suggestion.
I did.
Yes,
Okay.
I like
And I want that to be. I want that to be either the topic that you guys debate, or I want that added to the list that you had. Like that is a very good topic. Like, yeah, his suggestion was like a perfect topic. Like I'm not very good at that.
And legislative hate speech.
Yeah. That's a very, very good controversial topic with a lot of differing points that you can throw at it. Like as soon as I read that, I thought of like 10.
Yeah, that's why I was like kind of looking at it. I think we should do that one. I do want to just say
very good one.
I can't. I can't say
Yeah,
I think this one might be my last one though because I have to go get the wife from work here in a little bit.
I was going to say, with that specific one, I don't know if I can actually stand my ground if I do the affirmative.
So do you think you could do it better saying that the government shouldn't? Or do you think you do it better with a should?
I would be better. I would have to do shouldn't. I don't think I could do should, but I don't want to force you to have to take another debate where you're arguing the positive if you can't, or the negative. So it's just I can do the shouldn't. I don't know if I could do the should. So if you feel comfortable doing the should, I'm fine with that. But I'm also fine with doing the is hate speech truly hurtful.
Yeah,
Here he is.
Let's go with
the man, the myth, the legend himself.
How's it going, Joe?
Salute, brother. What's going on, Abe?
He owes me a Vampire Slayer debate.
Do you owe Corey a Vampire Slayer debate, Abe Dinkus? Is that true?
Am I a vampire?
Yeah, I know. I think you're the Slayer that turned into a vampire, like Blade.
Yeah, that's fair.
That, or he's the gay Abraham Lincoln, and I just can't accept the gay Abraham Lincoln.
No, bro, there's no way.
He is an honest Abe whenever you think about it, so I don't think he could be gay.
They said he was a little too honest.
That's American blasphemy, Corey. How dare you?
Is that a ring? I can't see it. My camera quality sucks on my phone.
Yeah.
I know it's a tattoo.
It says no, you're gay, Ashton.
I mean,
I'm the
if we're pulling that. I can barely see. It looks like a black house to me. Is what it looks like.
Hold on, Abe. Do it one more time. Do it. Wait.
You of course.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I can. What is that?
Yeah, I can see the three big black lines. I can see the middle looks like a person. I'm guessing
It's symbolic.
Is it the manger?
It's symbolic. I'm the husband, so I am the house. There is the biggest line, which is my wife, and there is the two lines, which are my sons.
Oh, that's cool.
Badass.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah,
that's better than a ring.
See that I have that. Oh, hold on. I have that for my one son, and then that for my daughter.
Yeah.
I got these in prison. No, I'm just kidding.
Then I got my ring.
Yeah, I got a few.
I need to get more. I need more tattoos.
That. Back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Just a few.
Just a few.
I have one on my shoulder. It's it was a get what you get out of the one gumball machine, but the one tattoo parlor I go to. and it was a skull and crossbones. So I was like, "Yep, I'm getting it." Oh, that's really cool.
It's better than the unicorn.
Raven.
That's sick.
That is sick.
Do you get those
That's
in Montana? They got artists up there that are that good? No
Did you
shit, bro.
Did you do that after you left office or before?
After, obviously.
I knew it.
I've been in hiding for like, a long time, so
A couple 100 years.
I couldn't let anybody else try to take a shot, so
No, that's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
That's good.
It was the body double that didn't have any tattoos. You know what I mean?
That is. Hey. What,
We could smell that dirty commie coming from a mile away, you know?
Smell the dirty coffee coming from a mile away.
I don't know if I've done that, but you can see that.
That's
Hell
awesome.
yeah.
Shit is bad.
Yeah, I'm turning my arms. My right arm's going to be a sleeve for my son. I think I might have been talking to lower class about this before. I'm using it on his side for his paw print. I'm going to do like different things throughout his life that he falls in love with, and like do the memories on my arm of each one of his, and then do the same for my daughter too.
So what are you guys debating?
Should the government decide and legislate hate speech?
Ooh.
So Ashton is going to take the affirmative. Corey's going to take the negative. Abe, if you don't mind, Charlie has to go to the bathroom really bad, and I know Ashton's on a little bit of a time crunch. Would you mind just timing and moderating this one while I walk him real quick?
Sure. What's the time?
So are you going to do an opener, Corey?
I can do an opening.
You do an opener? Okay, so the way we're doing it, Abe, is like openers are elective. If you want to do an opener, it's 1.5 minutes each person, and then a 10-minute slugfest. If you don't want to do an opener, it'll be a 13-minute slugfest.
Did Ashton drop out?
He might have just backed out on his phone. He's probably going to jump in here in just a sec.
Okay. But I do know he said he had to pick up his wife, so I don't know how long he would have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He said this would be his last one.
He might have had to go. He might have only had a little bit of time.
Yeah. That's fair. We can
I mean, you
All
can
right.
take the dog pee if you want.
Yeah. Let me do that. I'm gonna walk him real quick. We'll take a short intermission. If you guys want to just chill and hang out for a minute, once I get back, anybody who's waiting in backstage, I'll bring them up and we can get back to the show.
Sounds good.
Thanks, brother.
Sounds good. Yeah. So
I got some questions, Abe.
Yeah, do it.
What's been your best debate so far? What do you think was your strongest showing?
That's a hard one. Did you watch VK last night?
I did not.
Okay, so I had a whole bunch of 1v1s last night, or some 2v2 and 1v1s. I think the death penalty debate I did last night was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've done some over on like Grid One's channel as well. I argued that DEI is racist.
Mm-hmm.
I argued, what else? I had a debate that sexless marriage is sexual immorality. I did not win it, but I thought I argued it rather well.
Okay. Now, would I be able to go back and watch Grid and watch VK?
You should be able to, yeah. They should still be posted.
Okay. Because I missed out on the Andrew Wilson and was it Bob or not Bob? Jim Bob. I missed out on that one, and now it's behind a paywall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against the Mormon.
Yeah. Well, actually, Andrew pulled out of that, so it ended up being Jim Bob and what's the other guy's name? I can't remember right now. I think Andrew ended up doing like Piers Morgan or something.
Oh, okay.
So he didn't end up doing the tomato that night, but yeah. I haven't done any like longer form, like hour longs.
Mm-hmm.
But I intend to eventually. Right now, I'm just trying to sharpen my wit and semantics, but I've been doing it for quite a while. So,
Do you prefer a topic?
no, not especially. I kind of enjoy like having to just take positions. Like the blood sports are kind of good for that. Like assign a position or a short form, and here it is. You just have to figure it out. And even if you don't really know that much, you're going to have to figure out a way to defeat your opponent, either semantically or linguistically. Like, and there's ways to do this, right? You can tear apart an argument based on the words that they've used incorrectly. You could use either or and pull apart an argument. For instance, if somebody said, say the debate prompt was like, chocolate ice cream is the best flavor, right? You could attack that argument by saying, okay, you say that chocolate is the best flavor, but what if I like vanilla? And they'll be like, well, that doesn't change anything because chocolate's the best flavor. And you could say, okay, well, I obviously like vanilla. You like chocolate. So it can't objectively be the best. And what about strawberry? What about all the other flavors that other people like? That would tear apart the fact that you think chocolate is the better flavor because it's a personal choice. And I think that there should be liberty to choose any flavor and anyone can have their favorite. So chocolate can't objectively be the best flavor. So like you can tear apart an argument without actually tearing apart the argument. You just find a way to take a path that has no resistance in it.
Now, is that something you're looking to, I guess, do early on, or is it something you've always got in the back of your head to pull out? Or
I would say if you're debating, you want to look for the path of least resistance to attain the point that you're trying to make. So whichever way you can use to squeeze through their argument will work. So long as it doesn't leave them with a better position to argue against you, or leave the audience on their side. That's the biggest thing. And I say it would be for the whole thing. You would be looking for openings in their argument, and you would always try to drag the argument back to your point.
Okay.
Right? Like if you've watched Andrew, Andrew has a semantic tack where he picks a position, he picks a path, and he makes sure that it does not stray from the path that he has chosen for semantics. And he'll drag it back to that point no matter what. And the reason he does that is because he already has a charted path, and as long as he can push through that path, he wins that debate.
Okay, it kind of makes sense. It's kind of like, because everything outside of that path is just going down something that it would be easier if it comes back on the path.
Right.
It's like following this point is the point that's going to get you to the victory. And anytime your opponent tries to weave you off the path, you need to stop it and bring it right back to the path, because that's the easiest resistance.
Right, and the audience is always going to see whoever's on the attack as winning, even if they're not doing better, even if they're not making better points. If they're on the attack and the other person's stuck in defense mode the whole time, it's going to make it look like the person who was attacking with semi-decent arguments, even though they weren't good arguments, it'll seem like they're the winner because they've kept on the offense the entire argument.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's like I kind of get the attacking and defensive, but I don't think I've grasped that concept quite. Like, is the attacking the person always asking questions, or do you still make claims in the aspect of attacking?
Okay, so I would say it's more along the lines of, if you are acting as the more dominant party, you're controlling where the conversation goes, you're controlling which things are being talked about or argued, you are the attacker at that point, because you're the dominant party.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So like, if you ask me a question and I either swat your question aside or answer it decently enough that you're satisfied and don't try to continue, and I drag you back to my position, and now I hit you with a question, and you either can't argue it or I push it even further, right? now I've got you on the defense.
Okay.
But you could, if I ask that question, right, and you give me a semi-decent argument, and then you pivot to something else, and you can drag me into that other topic or that other part of the topic, now you've pulled me into the defensive position.
Now, if I've got this straight path, and let's say they bring up a point that's outside of the path, but think that, for the sake of argument, that I may have an answer to it, would it be better to bring it back to the point that I've pre-planned, or should I acknowledge that point which I think I may win?
I think you don't want to leave questions unsatisfied, but sometimes a question is not worth answering. If you can swat that question down by showing that it's not even worth answering and then pulling it back to your point, I think that's the most effective route you could take.
Okay.
But if you can satisfy the answer and they don't have a path beyond that question, which happens quite often, especially if it's in like a blood sport debate where you're really quick rattling stuff off, they'll ask you a question that they think is going to get them some kind of ground, but they don't know what's coming after that. They don't actually have a plan for the next question. And so if you satisfy that question and they have nowhere to go, then it's easy for you to drag it wherever you want at that point. Because now they're sitting there like, oh, wait, where am I going with this argument?
Okay. I guess that makes sense. It's like, it's still quite new to me. Like, it's like there's a lot going on in my head and I don't quite know what to pinpoint. It's like I feel like I have to defend maybe too much, because I feel like maybe that me explaining my point gives me better points, even though in reality it may not.
So, okay, so what I would say is, if you're arguing whichever you're doing, right, if you're trying to dismantle, if somebody's on the affirmative and they have to say, yes, this thing should be, or yes, this thing is this way, if you're on the defensive, you don't have to prove that it absolutely isn't. You just have to prove that it could sometimes not be. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The middle ground is the middle ground is an incredible tool, because on the negative, oftentimes you're not trying to prove, okay, like if you're debating red or blue, right? You don't always have to prove that one is right. You just have to prove the other isn't the only right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If I can keep people picking, like if he says, red is best and it's used because of blah 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 blah, it would be better for me to drag it back to the center before then pushing into the blue. Right.
Okay, yeah. And the same is true for, like, okay, you guys were going to argue about hate speech, for instance. Should hate speech be legislated? Okay, well, then you would have to tear it apart. Like, I think that you could say, well, okay, you're trying to prove that it should not at all be legislated. At that point, you're going to have to make a plea to liberty, basically. Like, either it's all allowed or none's allowed. Because if you can limit one type of speech, you can limit all types of speech, right? In effect, how do you argue against that?
I mean, you really can't unless you That makes sense.
And so you've not proven that it shouldn't be. You're just proving that if it is, it could be spread to everything. And now you've seeded the mind of your audience with that. And now that seed is in the mind of the audience, how the heck is that person going to claw back that ground? I don't think that they can, because now you've ceded the liberty and the fact that they may lose other rights to speech. And if that's the case, nobody wants to sacrifice all their rights to speech.
Okay. Like, the way I was going to tackle it is I was, I guess, going to demonstrate that, well, first we have to get to the standard of what describes hate speech and, like, who's enforcing hate speech. Because,
that's very good.
Yeah, avenues of hate speech are debated about along everybody. Like, everybody's got their forms of hate speech and what they may accept that may be hateful.
Right.
Now, would you say that, now, I guess But what would you say, I guess, in the opposite position of that? If you were arguing the, I guess,
I was arguing for legislation of hate speech. I would say I would try to take a path where some speech is egregious enough that it can cause harm to other human beings, unless the government or the party that is in charge of regulating this speech should have the power to keep harmful language that can lead to imminent death of people, or harm to them financially, or harm to their assets in any way, should be limited, because you have the liberty to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and anything that intervenes in that should be limited by whatever power can stop it.
Yeah. Now, would it be better if let's say I'm arguing that things should be, I guess, legislated? Would I want to avoid the middle, or do I, even if he has, like, even if he's attacking, or if I'm attacking, or he's attacking, and I have to bring it back to the middle, and just, it's like, what concept would bring it back to the middle for, if you're arguing that it should be legislated?
I would say, like if they made the argument I made earlier that liberty should be maintained and that there should be no.
Yeah, how do you bring it back to the middle ground before you go on attack?
I would find an example where the speech has impeded on the liberty of people.
Okay.
So if you can show that some speech can impede on the liberty of others, then that speech should be limited because you're infringing on the freedoms of others.
Okay.
But you see, when you're arguing these things, you basically have to construct a railroad in your mind that is the path to your victory. Mm-hmm. And so you kind of have to build the arguments in your head as you go. And basically you're just pulling from everything in your mind that you can to build this structure to push through the other person's structure. That's kind of how I see it in my head.
Okay.
Like,
it simplifies it.
Right. My argument has to dismantle what's in my way, and I have to continue to build my path towards my argument to the conclusion. And they're trying to do the same thing. And as long as I can tear theirs down effectively and continue to chart a path and show that my path is leading somewhere, right? Mm-hmm. Then I can win that argument. There's also the question of how much do you know about the topic? Because sometimes the topic's going to come up and you're going to have to bullshit your way through. Mm-hmm. And at that point, you just have to be clever.
That's fair, because I'm gonna be honest. Like, every time I argue with people who, I guess, I wouldn't even say know semantics, but can kind of generally argue against things they have only a slight clue about. I notice if they're clever enough, it's hard for me to pinpoint what I'm arguing. It's like they can almost walk me in circles, and then I'm like, well, damn. He's got me on something that isn't really related to my topic, right? But it kind of undercuts my ability to argue that. Yes.
Yeah, because you have to stay mentally firm on what you're doing, and if they can rattle you enough or pull you off of your base enough, it will confuse you enough in your head that you'll start to not relink to where you should be in your argument. And there's ways to do it. You can wiggle out of a position and then hit them with something that either is completely a non sequitur, and if they don't catch that it's a non sequitur, you could rattle their argument, and now they're like confused and they're not sure where they're going, and you've pulled them off their path, and now you can just beeline it for your conclusion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of I know, because I noticed what was it? It was a debate that you were on the panel, but it was a religious debate between Bryce and I forget the name of the guy.
Yeah.
And it's like
and Gnostic.
Yep, and I was going to say with Gnostic, it seemed like he kind of got caught to where it didn't seem like. Will there be a situation where even semantics won't be able to get past an argument? Like, is it something where semantics should be able to get around any argument, or is it?
semantics isn't going to beat base logic. It's
Okay.
just not. If the logic is so solid that there's no way to wiggle through it, you have to play trickery and try to convince or pull the person away from their logical structure, because if their argument is sound and logical, you have to find a way to pick apart probably their language, or draw them a direction that offsets their logic some, or find any small hint that their logic could be off, and then drill into it.
Mhm.
Like, okay, if you feel like somebody has made a really strong logical argument and it's hard to tear it apart, I would say your best thing to do at that point, for me, I would say start using like the Socratic method. Start asking them to break down the base pieces of that logic
Yeah.
to see where you can then break their argument, because now you're making them go introspective and you're doing like an internal critique on their logical structure, and then you can break it down from the inside if there are hints that they don't actually know, even though they made a good logical argument, that they don't know why the logic is there. Then you can break it apart some.
Okay.
Right? Because you can accidentally make a logical argument without realizing you've done it, and it's really solid. But then when somebody asks you questions about how you got to those conclusions, you're not sure because you did it naturally. And so now you have to argue how you got to this logical conclusion without being sure how you got to it, and then the person could tear apart that.
Should I employ that anytime I feel I can't get a certain topic?
I would literally ask them to clarify things, break it down more, because the further you go to breaking it down, there may come a point where they can't break it down more, and you've given yourself an opening.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, because I'm also trying to tackle. Now I understand a lot of things that are bad faith, but I want to make myself familiar so that way I don't make bad faith arguments. I know, like, I don't want to say it's a fine line, but it's something, if you're not careful, you can walk yourself down a bad faith argument and not realize it. Is that fair, or is that not really? Am I misusing the word?
No. I think if you're coming at it from an earnest position and you're not trying to lie, cheat, or make a problem just because it's the best way or the easiest way, being a dishonest actor, I think, is the most bad faith thing you can do. So I don't know, man. So it's almost like when you come into an argument and you're not even there for the reasoning of arguing it, you're just trying to put out a message, or you're just trying to make the other person look stupid, or all of those kinds of things are fairly bad faith. And I would say that you're, like you said, it is a fine line, but I think that you know when you're being bad faith, right? If you're doing something you know you shouldn't be doing, that would be a bad faith act. And if the other person sees it and they're calling it out, then you probably should cut back. But I don't think that bad faith is usually super clear and easy to see. Sometimes it's super obvious because that person's a bad actor. They're literally there to do that. But I don't know. I think it gets thrown around a lot. I would say if you just engage with the person with solid logic and good semantic arguments, you should be fine. Even if that person seems to be coming off bad faith, I would rather just trample them with a good argument than freak out about bad faithness, right?
Because I guess what I meant more by that is, like, because I assume, like, straw manning someone's position is bad faith. And it's like, to me, that seems like, well, that could become a gray area, because it's generally, if someone tells you something and you interpret it some type of way, you may be representing it. But I guess if they call you out on it, what if you genuinely don't think it's a straw man? I guess.
I think we're all going to fall prey to making a straw man, because that's kind of how humans work. We're gonna see their argument coming at us, and we're gonna see it the way that we feel they're saying it, and we're going to straw man that argument, because from our side or from our belief, it looks like a straw man argument. And that's why the steel man exists, right? You can say, wait, let me go back and listen did you mean this, or are we talking about this? Instead of building up that straw man.
Yeah.
But if somebody is building straw man after straw man after straw man, that is bad faith. You've now entered bad faith. One straw man, I could totally understand, because we all kind of make mistakes on the position of our opponent. But if that person just continues to do it over and over again, then you know they're just being bad faith. They're trying to make you look like an idiot or a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, like you said, fine line, right? If you straw man an argument on accident one time, you're not being in bad faith. You may have just not understood.
Mm-hmm.
But if it happens like every single time you say something, you're going to go, okay, dude, you're just being bad faith. You're not here to argue. You're just here to make, me look stupid or say that I'm arguing something I'm not.
That's fair. But I do worry about that.
Hey, what could I have done better last night in that death penalty debate?
Oh man, remind me. Yeah, that was with Fredo.
No, well, against I don't know what I could have done better against Fredo, honestly. With you though, with the one me and you had, the 2v2 where it was me and Are You Crazy, and it was you and JS.
Shoot. I'm trying to remember the positions that we took, because I literally argued both sides of that argument last night. And I'm trying to remember which. Yeah, I argued I was for it, and I argued I was against it. So
I was arguing for it, and I was arguing the extreme.
Right.
Where not only should there be a death penalty, but like we should expedite the process.
Okay, so I think that you made good argument. I think that I was a jerk on that, actually, because I first made a plea to the innocent.
Yeah.
Which already settled that in people's minds. So in order to break that, you could have said you would agree that the death penalty should exist for people who are 100% sure committed that crime that deserves punishment.
Yeah.
If you could say that we know for a 100% fact that this person is not an innocent, then it is justified to take the life of that person. That way, no innocent is caught up in this position. And I think that you could walk over somebody's argument that not one innocent should be harmed, that it's better that 100 guilty get away than one innocent be harmed. I think that you could bypass that by just stating, look, if we know they're 100% guilty, there's footage, there's DNA, there's everything.
Yeah.
Then I think that it's justified. I think you could walk right over the top of that argument for a lot of audiences. Problem with VKs is very audience based.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you got to know the audience, especially with something like VK, where it's a big audience and they're the ones voting for everything. Okay, who is my audience? What is my position? And how do I make a plea against their argument and the audience at the same time?
And appeal to them. Yeah.
Right.
That's good.
Right. So knowing the audience and knowing your position and trying to navigate the two at the same time is basically how VK works right now.
Okay.
They might just take you out at the end and you won't win even though you won. So
see, with Fredo, I did everything I possibly could to break down his appeal to the innocent, where we're not the arbiters of life and death. And it seemed like I was a lot closer, because remember when we had our fair. Jeremy, is that JS? Jeremy Ryan?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, but they hang out some.
Yeah, what's up, Jeremy? Welcome
Jeremy's
in,
awesome.
dude. Glad you can make it, bro. Yeah. And that was my first time on VK last night. So, but I will say, when me and you debated it, Abe, it was like a 4-way split. You had like 47%, and I had 25%. And then when I debated Fredo on it, it was like like a 7 or 8 point split, something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was way closer. So I feel like I made my argument a lot better. But it is really hard to get around that like appeal to emotion kind of thing, right? Where we're not the arbiters of life and death, but it's like, but you're talking about putting people on slave lines.
Right. So there's two pieces to it, right? Because the first part of the not one innocent is the fact that it's Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And then Blackstone's law is based on it. So the beginning of our justice system is based around that fact as well. So as you travel the line from like ancient biblical times all the way to modern day America, you have laws that have been settled in place because of that. And that's literally the foundation of our justice system. We try to make sure that no innocents are punished over guilty's getting away. Yeah. And so it's really firm, strong position if you can hold it and you can argue it well. There's obviously ways around it. Last night I did two different death penalty debates, and I took the position of for it or not for it against you, and then for it against Fredo. And as long as you can navigate that and either break Blackstone's law and say, look, there are justified moments where you can get around it if it's 100% certainty, or when you're on the other side, you have to argue that Blackstone's law is important because we will not be a just civilization if we allow innocents to suffer under our government.
Yeah. By the way, Jeremy, man, thank you for coming in, bro. Appreciate you coming over last night in the raid, this morning, I guess.
I'll stream again, Jeremy. Jeez.
Yeah, I had to pull that up. Just busted shots at you, Abe.
I've been slacking, dude. I've been slacking.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Like I said, bro, next time you go live, bro, make sure you let me know. You're gonna get at least a viewer and some comments, bro.
Yeah, well, come on. I'll probably just do a panel because I haven't done one in a long time.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
It is hard on
Abe, I've been missing you.
It's heavy.
Abe, I've been missing you. I'm just joking. I just want to make shit weird.
It's actually quite heavy.
Hey, bro, commit to the bit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I love it.
I joke around and I'm like, heavy hangs the crown.
Yeah. I like I like the hand motions on the hat and shit, and like that, dude. That's you got the bro. You got the character down, bro. It's fucking great. Definitely entertaining.
Oh yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, man.
I wonder who took me out last night. That was surprising.
Wait, they took you out with a fatality?
Mm-hmm. At the end, I won, and then in the last minute, they fatality'd me.
So how does that work?
You pay enough money, and someone will immediately take the contest.
Yep.
Okay. I see Raging Tomato has something like that, where you pay and leave the panel, or
yeah,
you pay like $100 and they kick you off.
Yeah,
unless somebody revives you. Same thing.
I like that. Man.
Is that K2?
Yeah.
K2.
Did you not hear me joking around?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't know. I couldn't tell it was you yet. I mean, I heard the voice and I was like, you're familiar, but I didn't see the name, and your picture is different. So I was like, wait, who? That's K2.
I went with the Hellgast character from Killzone. I kind of like that evil space.
Yeah, it's badass.
Yeah. But lower class, that was sweet. You won your first debate with
what happened?
BK. I said you were voted. You were like kind of new there, and no one really gave you shit there because usually we mute people like the first time on.
You did really, really well.
You did good.
Thanks, man.
Most of the time, new people often get paired against like me or Fredo or somebody who is a VK champion already, like a 1v1, boom, and then they'll get.
Okay, well, hey, I'm going to be on next Friday. Please be on so they can pair me against you so I can eviscerate you.
Okay, good luck.
Because I watched the lower class versus you, and the moment you brought your argument up, I was like, that's a great argument. I already know how to beat it. And then I watched lower class, and I'm like, man, he's doing so well, but he didn't think of the obvious counter.
There's always ways. There's always ways.
Yeah, no, there's always ways. And as soon as you said it, I was like, oh, this motherfucker. Because it was a very good point. Like, I I felt bad for him because as soon as you said it, I was like, this is going to be hard to argue.
Well, and the other part is like the more you do this, the faster you get at connecting things, right? Because you're basically connecting a line of argumentation with a logical foundation to defeat your opponent. And you have to get faster and faster at building the bricks into that logical structure. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. Just do it.
Yeah, and that's the one thing I'm good at is impromptu. That's why like when I went against Ryan, like I didn't go in prepared because I already know that my strength is figuring it out as I go along. And obviously it was my first thing. I was nervous. It's a whole thing. But the reality is like it's very easy to say that you can do something and a different thing to actually do it. And like I was worried about VK the entire time until I actually sat and watched. And then I watched you two go against each other. When you two went against each other, that's when I knew that I'm going to be able to do VK very well. I was just nervous to even try.
I think everybody's kind of nervous from the chat at first. Honestly, it is best to just jump in and try, because once you do, it's fun. It's fun. It's just like a goof off time with friends.
Well, I didn't because Rob was in there.
Hey, Jeremy, my bad, dude. My bad. Welcome in, bro. Glad you could make it.
I was hoping.
I didn't want to have to argue against Rob yet because he's already pretty much agreed to a debate, and I want to wait for that.
I was hoping for it. I was hoping that Rob was going to stick around and I would end up arguing with him, but it did not happen, sadly.
Oh, dude! Like it got to the semifinals at like 6 o'clock.
I know.
Rob stuck around a lot later than I thought he was going to.
He did.
I passed out, but he was in his chat saying he was going to log off at like 2 p.m. Eastern time, and
I know.
I passed out at like 3:30 or whatever. He was still
Hey,
there.
Rude, can you go ahead and tell me why that's a problem?
What?
Can you tell me why that's a problem, Rude? Can you tell me why? Go ahead and demonstrate for me how that's an issue.
What were you saying,
but
Jeremy?
lower class.
Oh, K2, what's up, dude?
I really wanted to mute you for your first time there, but I'm like, I don't know if you would take that as I'm just messing around with you, or if you would take that a little bit serious. Because I usually do that for people when they're brand new. I'm like,
dude, no, it would have been all in good fun, bro. It'd have been all in good fun. I wasn't there to I wasn't there to win. I wasn't there to fucking show my skills or anything, dude. I was just there.
No, you're trying.
Yeah.
No, you got lucky.
You're trying to grow your channel and jumping on different panels.
Who's the guy in the American flag on the bottom left? Who is that?
You did not get pulled through the ringer like normally other panelists do.
Who is that on the bottom left?
So I actually Speakeasy. I had he had an open panel, like a regular open panel one night, and I jumped in, and I was just in there with like him and Bricky and RU and a couple other guys, and I've been on panels with Bricky and RU before, and we bullshitted a little bit, so he brought me onto the panel, and we all just kind of chilled and fucking cracked jokes and cut up and stuff, and
but that's got no relevance to being on VK. As first time on VK, dude, you usually are the magnet for mutes and getting thrown into 1v1s damn near immediately. That's one of the hazing rituals that I kind of started.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I don't know why I got so lucky then, man.
Yeah, you got totally. I think it just happens to be the fact that you weren't new to
the space,
to the audience, even though you were new to the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
They knew the name already, so that helps.
Yeah.
That's fucking badass, dude. That's cool as fuck.
But next time, lower class, you better watch out. I'm gonna mute you.
All right.
It'd be your own people.
It'll be all in good fun, bro.
I mean, we've had people that have come on their first time and got muted for like 40 minutes or something.
Ooh, that's true. We've also.
I think I did Oxycat when she jumped up there. I muted her for 10 minutes at least.
We've had people get up there and get freaking fatality almost immediately too. Actually,
I've done that. I have the record for the fastest fatality. I fatality'd the guy during his intro.
that happened. That happened on Rob's channel with Duck. Duck got on, and like the second he got on, someone paid $50 to get him off, and then he waited his time out and got back on. And the second he jumped in, someone paid $100 to knock him out. I'd be so fucking mad, dude.
Well, yeah, the dude was like, so the dude I fatality, he like we were doing the, he does the little animation, and then you get you get like a short intro for each person when they come up or whatever.
Yeah.
And this dude come up, I come up as well, and I'm to give my intro, but this fucker's sitting there and he's hot micing, just saying he's the best and all that, and starts spurring TOS, and I just fucking fatality'd him.
No shit.
Jeremy's brutal.
I don't go up a lot. I actually like being in the audience more and sending attacks in than I do being on the panel and debating. But I'll go up there too, just because I'm not a bitch. I like to do better.
I only fatality someone on not Speakeasies, but Tomatoes channel, because Draco on his Cokesburg called me a Canadian, and I'm like, I'm not letting him get away with that.
Oh.
Fuck that.
How dare you?
How dare you insult my Americanness?
Them's fighting words.
So, who's debating now? Ashton, are you back from getting your wife?
He said he was gonna go get ice cream.
What?
After he got her.
Oh,
yeah,
so
we had a discussion
discussion?
about. We were having a discussion about pies, cakes. I think the best cake is the stripper cake, just because you get a little extra surprise. But my favorite ice cream is the Loft. It's like the Toledo Mud Hen brand that they got to deal with Loft, and they make their own special brand. I think that's like the best.
Is it the best though?
Ashton, can you explain what is there?
To me, it is.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, no sweat, bro. No sweat. No sweat. What's up, Emmett? Welcome in, dude.
Oh.
What's up? How's it going, Abe?
Challenger enters. Good.
All right.
How are you?
Doing okay. How did you go in Verbal Combat yesterday?
Well, technically, I won and then got fatality'd. So.
So no one won?
No one won.
I felt
the
bad
money got
for
rolled
Emmett.
over the next week.
I felt bad for Emmett. He didn't even get a chance to really talk because Rob.
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel bad about it.
You can't get paired with Rob and get a chance to talk.
TB2. You got to get your words in, man.
Listen, okay, try it. Go ahead.
You're gonna talk over Rob though. Good luck, dude.
Good luck.
Yeah.
You
have all that bravado and shit. Go ahead, try it.
You might ruin his argument, and then what?
Well, but that it doesn't matter. In a 2v2, like you're not really in a 2v2 because the vote is individual, right?
That's true.
So it actually doesn't matter.
It's a four-way.
You just want to get your words in. That way, you stand out when it comes to the vote.
Yeah, you need good one-liners for
I'm not really good
2v2s.
at debating, especially not 2v2. I hate 2v2 debates. I think they're dumb. It's like every time I see a 2v2 debate with Andrew Wilson, it's just a 2v1 because the other guy never speaks.
I don't know why Easy does so much. I mean, it's just personal critique. But I don't know why Easy does so much to try to get it as a 2v2 when, like, literally everybody could be up there arguing a completely different point, right? You can have four different perspectives on the same topic.
True.
Yeah.
But hey, Corey, whenever you get back, man, come on in. You know you're always welcome, my friend. Thanks for jumping in with us today. Go ahead.
He said that dude good. Emmett did good, so I'm happy with that.
You got to be a teammate with Rob, so that's kind of cool too. So
yeah.
He also gave me, like, the first time I debated someone, it was Rob, and he tore me apart.
He's a mean ass debater, dude.
Yeah.
Abe, did you like my name change for you, dude? Where's my hat?
Yes. Somebody then changed me to Honest Abe after that. That was funny.
Yeah. See, what topic were you debating with Rob Emmett?
It was is Trump's presidency a failure?
Right.
Or
Yeah. See, and
or it was
why that
Trump presidency worse than the previous, something like that.
right? But you were saying Trump's not a failure, right? If I'm not mistaken, if I remember.
Yeah,
right.
I actually defended, and I think I did pretty good in the board.
Right,
and exactly what it was that was happening with the cartels. And
yeah. So, and I know because I know you were. I remember you were against JS. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was Rob and JS who survived that particular debate.
yeah, I took.
And JS was playing a total. He was just that was not. That's not JS. That was just him playing a goofy character. He has
I know JS.
This Jason
I know
character
him.
that I'm saying for the other people who don't particularly know him.
I really don't understand how people voted for that because he was
right. Well, that's the thing is you are
debate.
on the side of the majority as far as it goes, what they actually think.
They voted
But
for the comedy.
They were voting for the character.
Yeah, the comedy.
He got JS got the words in, and they're entertained by the goofiness of the character. They voted for the character, not the position. You were on the position, but you didn't get the words in.
I
did. Right,
it was
who's debating next?
I don't know. Who wants to debate me?
Well, before you guys do that, I just wanted to jump on and say good job on DK your first time because I just want to give you props.
Thanks, K2. I appreciate it.
I gotta leave.
Oh, Lord.
Later.
Thanks.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
You lose.
You will never debate me. That's why.
You quit, you lose.
All right. So we have. I have a bunch of prompts.
All right.
This is what I've been working with. So I got this little spinny wheel here, right? And it's got a bunch of different topics and a wild card section. Mm-hmm. So click it. All right, we got fat people. Okay, just for an example. All right. And then for fat people, I have 4 prompts. So is being morbidly obese beautiful? Should people be more conscious of their health? Is fat acceptance good for society? Or is being fat good for someone in general?
Wow.
So what I've been doing is there's a little dice roller thing on Google. So I'll just roll the 4-sided dice. 1. So what was the first one?
Yeah,
is being morbidly obese beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Wow. You got the worst fucking topic.
I
got some bangers there. It's morbidly obese people beautiful.
Were you there?
Were you there? You are beautiful, okay?
Were you there, Emmett? Were you there for the argument over on Grids where Glenn Lawrence talked about that?
About fat people being beautiful? No, I didn't
watch.
Oh,
it was so funny.
Yesterday.
Wait, was that last night?
Yeah, it might have been last night. Yeah, he had a really good line though. It was like,
"Used to be a baddie, now you're a fatty."
Yeah, that was it. Used to be a baddie, now she's a fatty. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's Glenn's cake though. That's Glenn's cake.
Yeah.
The red pill, black pill, all of that space is his thing. So he's in it.
Yeah. I'd like to watch his channel a little more often, bro. I haven't really been exposed to him all that much, but when I see him on channels, he can be funny as fuck sometimes.
You could have him over on yours too, or go on his. I can talk to him.
Bloated is also pretty funny, especially when he gets into spats with people on the internet. Really funny.
It's very funny. He's so chill too. He's pretty cool, dude.
What's up, Angry Beaver? Welcome back, dude. Glad you slid back in, man.
If you don't mention God, he's pretty chill. The moment you mention God, he wants to give you a full doctrinal.
He does too.
A full fucking doctrinal critique on your worldview.
Yep.
Glenn does.
Yeah, and it's funny
because the other day I was with Flowstead and I was like, well, they were like, we would like to debate like atheist positions that are metaphysical. And I'm like, well, what's your metaphysical basis? And he started like critiquing my worldview. And I'm like, I don't give a shit about the critique of my worldview. I just want to know yours. So my preference is like, okay, fine.
Because he's anti-Christianity. I think he's probably a deist. He probably believes there's some creator, but he doesn't believe Christianity's true or right.
No. He's a more preference.
I know.
He's really a more preference guy. He thinks he needs to take responsibility for the actions.
Well,
so
obviously,
he has to be the one that takes the decisions for the action, and that is like the metaphysical basis of it.
There's no metaphysics in that. That's just action and reaction. There's no grounding there.
Dusty comes off
I grab myself shit.
a radical agnostic to me.
Yeah, probably. I just know that like when he does panels, I like his panels, but like he'll do panels and a Christian will come up and it'll just be a roast fest from everyone on the panel. It's like, geez, man, calm down.
Yeah,
I prefer when he's talking about people. They're just like having a spat fest. That's fun.
Right. But like I've seen EOD go up there or others, and he'll just immediately try to shred Christianity, and he'll be like, "Where's the other Christians? Why don't you come up here and back them up?" I'm like, I'm not going to go up there for that. That's just a whole bunch of people trying to shred Christianity for no good reason. Like,
yeah, it's a circle jerk at that point.
Yeah.
Well, he also has like a thing programmed in him. The moment you say something like, "What is your grounding?" he will go into full critique.
Absolutely.
So that's why I didn't want to have the talk with him. I was like, why would I want to have the talk with this guy? Just ask you for your position, and you're telling a critique of mine. I don't care.
It was funny though. You're like, what are you doing? Like, all I did was ask you what the grounding is for your morality, and you freaking start laying into me about Christianity. What's going on here? Calm down.
Welcome in, Rude. How you doing, brother?
Why y'all talking shit about my man Dusty? The fuck?
I'm not talking shit about Dusty.
Talking shit about him. We tell him that he's pretty cool.
Nah, like usually when someone like EOD goes up there and gets roasted, it's because they'll make an affirmative claim. They come back up. Like last time it was EOD tried to say there was fossil evidence of the three wise men, and he just got cooked for that shit.
The three wise men?
Do you believe
that?
What?
Fossilized?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he said there was fossil records of the three wise men.
How?
It was insane. And then the evidence he posted in the back was like some Christian website just telling the story of the three wise men. So he got roasted like.
There's never a good time to take a position that's unsure. Like.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't care about any of that. It doesn't matter.
Especially in a contentious space, though, man. Like if you go to a contentious space and start spouting stuff.
Well, there's a huge problem. There's a huge problem with it too, because like a lot of debate is supposed to be used on a logical foundation, and you don't have to have a whole bunch of documents and proof. You're trying to break down arguments into their logical base, right?
Yeah.
And so you're not going to pull in all this other stuff. Usually it's literally you're trying to show that your position is logically superior to the other position or preferable to the other position. So the moment you start trying to pull in all this data from everywhere else, that's no longer a debate. You're not logically proving anything in the mind, right? It ruins the argument, I think.
No, yeah, that's a good point. Because I get like every time I debate Ryan, that's what it starts to devolve into. Is we start like citing studies and putting stuff in back chat.
Yep.
And then reading shit, and then it kind of just kills the argument at that point. And like, you know, the thing is, you can go to ChatGPT and literally like type in the prompt, find me a study that supports this belief.
Yeah.
And it'll find you one.
Yeah. And then it would have 300 people as their sample size out of 21 million.
Yeah, or 12 or some shit. We talked to 12 people for 3 days, and they said that, you know, like, what the fuck?
Well, and then, that's exactly it. That's not a logically consistent representation of all of society. That's
right.
Not big enough to make that claim.
Yeah.
I could see if it's like something really, okay, like history, right? If you're debating political history or something, I could see where having all of the data is important for that debate to make sure that you're being consistent with dates and presidencies or wars or something. Yeah. But when you're trying to break down like conceptual things, I don't see the point of bringing in a whole bunch of stuff. Or like morality, for instance. If you're arguing morality, why are you bringing in a bunch of data?
Yeah, that's and that's what it typically comes down to, is like, well, this many people were happy with cheating on their partner, and it's like, what are you talking about? Dude? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, of course they were, because they're already the type of person who's likely to do that.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
I tell people the grass is always greener on the other side because it's spray painted.
Yep, it sure is. That's why you bring a paper bag and you. Never mind. I'm just kidding.
Rude, you come up to argue, or just to tell us we're talking shit?
Nah, I had a few minutes where. That's why I'm not on my normal mic. I'm using a headset because I'm watching my kids at the moment.
Yeah. How was breakfast?
It was good. It was good. Thank you.
Good. So we're gonna argue about fat people, Emmett. You and me.
Yeah, we can do it if you want to. I can take the positive position. I'll make it easy for you.
What do you? Wait, you're arguing which position?
The fat people are beautiful.
People are.
Like,
you're gonna take.
I mean, not
that's
that
an easy W, Emmett.
I was gonna take that.
Oh, you want? I could take the other one as well. If you want to take the positive on their beautiful, I can take the other one.
Let's do it.
All right.
So easy.
All right. So do you guys want openers, or do you guys just want to do a 13-minute slugfest?
Nah, let's do openers.
Openers? Okay. Cool. So you're taking the affirmative, right, Emmett?
No, he's taking the affirmative.
Oh, you're taking the affirmative, Abe.
I am.
Yeah.
Okay. So Rude, Jeremy, I'm gonna put you all in the back. All right, boys. You ready, Emmett?
Ready.
All right. Go ahead.
Good. Ready?
Oh wait, sorry. My bad. Abe, you're the affirmative.
You go first, Abe.
Yeah. Abe, you ready?
So throughout human history, being fat was a sign that you had wealth and you had means. You were capable of procuring things, and thus that was a sign of beauty. Most of the world, the third world, and the first world, for most of human history, has seen heavy-set or fat people as having means, being beautiful because they had those means, and others strived to also emulate that same lifestyle. So I don't know how you could say that throughout all of human history it was seen as a beauty because of wealth and means, and still is in most of the third world countries of this world, which outnumbered like America by a huge number. So I would say being morbidly obese is beautiful.
All right. Thank you, Abe. Emmett, you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go!
I believe that my opponent has made a complete false statement. Whenever we see any kind of art, especially when it's in the classical sense, like the Athens, the Romans, they all tend to have lean people that are muscular. That's what is considered to be beautiful. When we look at the Bible as a historical document, and we listen to, for example, what King David did at the end of his life, they sent him a young, pretty, lean woman to lay by his side. So that's what's considered to be beautiful. The whole point of beauty, it's not the idea of this person has wealth, as he said, but is in fact the idea of this person has the genes that I want to procreate, and that is what we consider to be beautiful. That would be my opening statement.
All right, awesome, boys. Both under a minute. Fantastic. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put 11 minutes on the debate, since you guys didn't take up a minute and a half each. So we'll go for 11 minutes. Nice, clean fight, boys. No low blows. No ad homs. Let's have a nice, clean debate. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
Go!
So, Emmett, do you think that beauty is only about procreation?
Beauty is specifically about procreation. We have different means in which it can be affected by means, but whenever we see a woman, especially a youth one, or a man that is muscular, we're talking about specifically procreation.
Oh, right, but that would be in the eye of the beholder, right? People who see those people and find them attractive. Are there people out there you think that find heavier people attractive? Do those exist?
We're talking about we're not talking about the outliers. We're talking about the
No. I don't think it's an outlier because most of America is morbidly obese and they're still finding their mates attractive. People are still seeking heavier set people, which would mean that they do see beauty in that obesity.
Yeah, but what we're seeing is a reduction of it. In fact, we're seeing a trend that is going downwards in every single metric when it comes to dating, when it comes to marriage, when it comes to.
That doesn't make it not true. People are still seeking that people.
Yeah, you can be a simp like me. Right? You can be like seeking someone to procreate with, and you're morbidly obese, and you don't get it. That's how it works.
Okay, but if most of America is fat, and people are into heavier set people, then they see them as beautiful, which would mean that there is beauty in morbidly obese people.
I think you're talking about settling and about the idea of when you're in your 35s for women, and maybe in the 45s.
I don't know about you, but I literally know people that seek out a big woman.
Yeah, but they're liars.
I don't think so.
They're not mean.
I don't think so.
You're going for an outlier statement.
I see it often. Not only do I see it often, but I see people who are married to very large people and find them beautiful. They love them and they find them beautiful. So how could they find them beautiful?
I love when women are pregnant, for example. They're beautiful, but they're pregnant.
That has nothing to do with obesity, although women do put on weight oftentimes when they're pregnant. So
yeah,
that's just the sign that we still find fat beauty.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the specific. We're not talking about the outlier or the cases where they are already in a relationship. We're talking about what is to be considered to be beautiful, and the consideration to be beautiful. For example, do you know that magazines pick 15-year-old girls specifically because those are considered to be the most beautiful for men? Did you hear me?
No, my computer keeps doing a stupid disconnect reconnect thing. What did you say?
I said that first, like when we're talking about beauty, we're talking about in the whole context. One of the things that we can see or we can prove is that magazines that are trying to sell clothes are trying to sell you something beautiful. They hire mostly 15-year-old models because that is considered to be.
You're wrong. Most of the swimsuit and underwear stuff that comes in mail anymore have heavier set.
It has nothing to do with swimsuits and underwear. I'm talking about magazines that are trying to sell clothes in general.
No, that's what I'm saying. Most clothing magazines have shown more heavier set people as the years have continued. You see it more and more everywhere.
It's been going on as a push on an attack on the normativity.
That's because people see it as beauty.
It's being pushed as a way of attack of the normativity, just like we've been seeing a push on attack on the gender roles in society.
Look, I could agree with you that morbid obesity is not healthy, but it is seen as beautiful in parts of the world as well as in the US by huge amounts of people. You can't say it's not beauty if huge portions of societies find it beautiful. Do you think an African tribe or people in India or somewhere like that would see it as beautiful that person was able to gain weight in that way when there isn't means for everyone to do so?
Yeah, I understand that you've been watching too much whatever, and every time they say they're tense, you start starting to believe in them. But in reality, everyone else can see that they're not tense. And whenever you go ahead and you ask, let's rate ourselves. I rate myself a 4. How do you rate yourself?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know, 2. It doesn't really matter to me. The truth of the matter is that most people.
Why 2? Is it because you're not obese? You need to get some weight to
yeah, because I need more. Because I need more fat. I'm a 2 because I need to be heavy set, okay? And I'm not. Obviously, I'm not. So.
Okay, I see.
Because I want to be beautiful, and we all know that obesity is beautiful. So, I'm a 2 because I'm not fat.
Yeah, I see. So whenever you come back from fantasy world and you see yourself as the 6 you are, let me know, because you're lean, You see that you put on some weight, you do some weights, you get some muscles around there, you make some swords. Okay, that whole point of this is whenever you go ahead and go outside and actually see the people around you, the people that take your gaze away, they're not the fat people. Well, maybe they will, because you're like, what the hell is that thing? But besides that, when you're thinking about beauty, you look at that, it's like, oh my god, this is beautiful. They're lean, they look healthy,
Emmett, are you saying that there are not people that are attracted to morbidly obese women or men?
No, you're doing a red herring. It has nothing to do with that.
That's not a red herring.
People that are mentally ill. Have you met a person?
If people can find it beautiful, then it's beautiful. Yes or no?
Have you ever met a person called Melvin? He's in the internet.
Don't know him.
It's we know it as Mel, and he tries to think that it's a woman, but it's not. Do you know that? Do you know that guy?
That's not a morbidly obese person.
No, that's a delusional person. So I agree with you. There's delusional people around in the world, probably mentally ill, that should be in mental hospitals and stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. They exist. That doesn't mean that there's
I'm saying there's already a standard.
Baseline.
If people see these people as beautiful, then they are beautiful. Because if you're seen as beautiful, then you are beautiful. So you can't say that morbid obesity is not beautiful, because if people see it as beautiful, it is beautiful. Because beauty is not just an objective standard, but also an agreed upon standard by enough people. And so if enough people see morbidly obese women or men as attractive, then it's beautiful.
How many?
And they
do we need?
And it's obvious that they do.
How many do we need? How many people do we need?
I don't think that it would matter.
Oh, so one person? You think one person is enough to be beautiful?
50 million Americans, and you say roughly 50% of those people are morbidly obese, then 50% of the people who are morbidly obese, who are in relationships or find mates, and those mates actually say that that person is beautiful, then how do you say that's not beauty?
Because that's not the case. For example, Boogie is a complete mess of a person. You look at him and you're like, why God, why can't you stop looking at that thing? Okay,
I don't know who that is.
He went and tried to, when he blew out all his fortune that he made on YouTube, he did it on beautiful, lean, young woman. That's what he did. Why didn't he go for the other fatties?
And did that woman find him beautiful?
No.
How do you know?
They found their money useful. That's a big difference.
I don't know.
I do know.
According to what we've heard from women, somebody's more attractive if they have assets.
Yes.
If you're heavy, it means you have the assets to get heavy. So you are beautiful.
If you're heavy, like an actual heavy dude, big with huge muscles, with 200 pounds with muscles, that means you have the means and you have the time to spend it on the gym, for example.
No, if morbidly obese people can find mates, then that mate has found beauty in that person, which means morbid obesity is
not
beautiful.
Necessarily. You can you keep saying that, but you can actually be 35, a woman, and be like, I'm out of options and I'm gonna go with this fatty because that's all I have. I don't find him even beautiful, but that's what I have. There's nothing I can do.
Well, there's a standard.
I blew my chances.
We've seen it happen, though. I mean, if magazines and clothing has changed to suit heavier set people, and people are choosing to be heavier set, and people are still mating with those heavier set people, then you cannot tell me that there is beauty being seen in those people.
Yeah, I don't think people are choosing to be heavier. What we're seeing is a complete correlation with the changes in culture. We used to be way more active. We used to have way more active jobs. They've
gone back in time. They believe that beauty is heavy set now because it used to be that way and it's that way again.
But that was your position. Your position was in the past, we see people with means that were heavy. So I went on in the past and I'm going all the way to the future, and that hasn't changed. We can see art. Art's still selling the same thing. Have you seen the Stellar Blade?
Wait.
Have you seen the Stellar Blade, the video game?
No. Art, again, is beautiful because people see it as beautiful. So if people see
art
art as beautiful, no, because not everyone would agree. You can't
I know,
say
but the art
because
that
everyone
survives or sells is the one that matters. So if you have
Oh.
something like a Stellar Blade, for example,
You just proved
that
my point.
That you sold 3 million copies, and people call it the most bigoted thing in the whole world because it had a beautiful woman on it with great assets.
You proved my point.
I proved your point?
Because somebody wanted
How?
it was beautiful. Because someone wanted it was beautiful.
No,
you just said that.
Yeah, someone sold it. Sold.
Someone wanted it. It was
not
beautiful.
as a cherry pick stuff. It's not like there's one people somewhere that has a fetish that wants to be with the fat mama. Okay?
No, if somebody finds it beautiful and a whole bunch of
Right,
people
boys,
find it
that's
beautiful,
time.
then
That's
it's
time.
beautiful.
That's time.
With the fat mama.
All right. We're going to chat. We're going to chat. We're going to see who won this. Some good points on both sides there, fellas.
What?
My wife is like 5'4", 95 pounds.
I have to clip this and somehow send it to her. And be like...
I'll just show it to her.
No, I want to.
She will laugh.
No, it was a good one. You did a great job.
It's not easy to defend that, or to stand on ground saying that is good or beautiful. Beauty makes it a little bit easier. If it was healthy, there's no way, dude.
I was 100% gonna go with their soul. Their soul is so beautiful, and I was gonna die on that hill. That was my plan. Like, yeah,
I would have lost my ass
have
off.
a beautiful soul, and then that
Hey,
was
thanks,
my
Jeremy.
plan.
Appreciate it, bro. Have a good night,
dude.
dude.
Ass off if you did that.
Yeah, you brought me up as I was typing that. Yeah, sorry, I gotta drop. So somebody else, I gotta go moderate. So.
You're good,
All right,
man.
brother.
I might end this in about a half an hour, and then we can just ghetto raid GS in return for him raiding me last night or this morning. So
yeah,
that's cool.
Sweet.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me up.
Good job.
Later, man.
Absolutely, bro.
You did a good job with all of those red herrings and moving around the goalposts and everything. It was beautiful.
All right.
Oh, I didn't think you expected my argument to be historically as well.
All right, I'll give it a couple more minutes, but
you have to play Stellar Blade, okay?
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Look at it. Just go ahead, look for the game. It's on Steam. It has 4 assets that are extremely good. And you're gonna look at them during the whole game.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I know it's not an H game. It has an actual story that's pretty well done.
all right, I'm gonna end the poll here, and that is unanimous. Abe Dinkus walks away with the plate.
Oh, interesting.
Unanimous. 5 votes, 100% went to Abe.
People
All
really
right.
hate me in chat, I guess.
No, I don't think
People really hate me in chat.
Fuck them. I understand why people are like. I usually don't go ahead and be against the chat, but I guess I have to go on my heel run now.
You're like, F you all.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on my heel run. I'm gonna start using like terminology from wrestling. You guys love to hate me.
You guys love to hate me. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, Jeremy. Yeah. So I was just surprised Adele didn't get brought up at any point in that, because she is a pretty big old girl, man, and she's cutie.
She's not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. Fair. And there's a good argument.
Change that?
Panchuchin, thanks, bro. Thanks for coming in. What'd you say, Emmett? Sorry.
Why'd you change that? She was so beautiful.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. That there's the good argument where it's like, well, you did look good, but now.
I think she was pretty or thick. That's for sure.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh my god.
Look at her. Have you seen?
That's just older
Boo!
now. Oh no!
Emmett sucks. Boo!
Okay, listen. Okay. Listen. I got everything you don't. The audience hates me.
Retardation, lack of intelligence,
I got
the
the
inability to make people enjoy their talk.
champion. I am the heavyweight world champion of the world, and you all can hate, but you love to hate me.
So lack of confidence, the inability to pose an argument to somebody else without presupposing your own bullshit.
Have you guys decided when you want to do this debate? So Abe,
no, I have to wait till tomorrow to know that answer.
My first 1v1 debate is going to be an incredibly contentious topic with these two guys on panel. Yeah. It was actually it wasn't even my idea.
I'm gonna cam up for that day. I'm gonna be rocking with him. It's gonna be great.
What were you saying?
I fucking hate you so much. I'm gonna be rocking with him.
We are going to be rocking and steaming and tweaking, boy. We're gonna do it all along.
You know, at least fucking Mudcrab is intelligent. You're gonna be so easy.
Oh yeah. This is amazing. This is like the preview when we just shit talking each other.
Yeah, it's the weigh-in, dude.
Yeah, it's the weigh-in.
Yeah, this guy's a little bitch, huh?
Yeah,
I'm gonna smack his fucking mouth. I'm gonna show him what a presupposition is.
Sure, that's it.
Nah, that's really fun.
What is the presupposition argument?
You are and your mother.
You are. We're just gonna go full at home and none of the bits.
Oh, WWE.
No, we can't do that.
I'm gonna go full WWE. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna go.
You know what? I hope you do, so I can make you
my
listen.
opening statement as if I was Hulk Hogan. That's gonna be what I'm gonna do.
Hey, Based. Everyone's bitching about your mic. Hold on.
Me?
Okay.
Oh, Based.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk. Say something.
No, it's definitely my mic.
Yeah. Okay. It's a little better. I just cut the mic volume down a little bit. But yeah, chat was like, Beavers. Beavers all caps spamming right now. Dude, that's funny.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Just getting more and
that's
more.
What I'm gonna find a wrestler that I can imitate. I'm just gonna do my opening statement as a wrestler.
So what do you guys what do you guys think of this debate format so far? It's gonna evolve. It's gonna change. Like I'm gonna grow into more. I'm gonna tighten up the edges and everything. But for a starting point, right? What do you guys think?
I'm pretty sure it's racist against black people.
Not enough. I'm just kidding.
What the hell happened to your mind?
What'd you say, Abe?
I think it's good so far. Everything gets tweaked over time to get better, but I think that you've got a good starting position.
Cool.
He hates black people. He just lied to try to get the populist vote. Don't listen to him.
Who? I don't lie.
No, that's the point. Abe lied so that he could get the populist vote. He was actually for slavery.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You want to debate that, Abe? On a future date?
What, that Abe was for it?
Yeah.
No, because I was a tyrant and I wanted to control the entire world, actually. I wanted to federalize the United States and then conquer the rest of the world.
Exactly. He was for slavery. He wanted people to vote for him because he thought that he could start his own regime and it failed.
This is a good idea. What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, I was gonna tell you that was a good idea.
Yeah, Rude just said, I think you should use a spinning wheel or a coin flip. I think the coin flip would be good to choose who is on the affirmative before the debate topic is found. That would really shake shit up, dude.
It would force people to
really
claim
shake shit up if we could play some I'm on Smoker.
Right. I'm not playing Smoko. That's Jess's thing.
No, you can't, because I'm pretty sure it's copyright for you.
It won't flag you, but it will copyright warning or whatever. But it doesn't actually strike the channel.
Well, so I haven't gotten any copyright strikes, but I have gotten like copyright warnings.
Right, notifications.
And it kills my watch hours, dude. Like I should probably have almost 1,000 watch hours by now.
Is it making them cut it out or what?
Yeah. So I go in afterwards.
Yep.
And I do the YouTube edit where it crops it out.
Right.
Still haven't got my watch hours back yet, though. I'm pretty pissed.
That's a good idea, though. Rude made a good.
I think that is a good idea. It forces the debaters to learn to debate from either side better. It's a really decent tool for training.
Yeah.
I think Nick's just falling on his sword and being a little bitch because Rude doesn't like him.
Your mic is AIDS. I hate your mic.
What do you? I don't even know what you're saying. You sound like you're in a fish tank being humped by a whale right now.
You're under the sea, quite literally.
Talk based. Based, say something. You're muted though. Well. So, but yeah, Rude. I definitely want to do that because that's like the whole goal with this, right? I don't know if this is going to be the kind of thing where, it could get to that point where it's like a competition and there's like a prize to win and stuff. But for right now, this is something where like I think it'd be just a good place for people to come and practice and like really like learn how to get good at what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Coin the donkey.
Okay, so that's not my car. Someone's car alarm's going off.
Oh.
Well, boys, this has been fun, man.
It has indeed.
This was revenge for the time I beat you on the Coomer debate.
Wait, which Coomer debate?
Yeah,
on grids. That was a crazy debate, dude.
It was an amazing debate.
That was the weirdest shit.
It's one of my finest works.
Thanks, Gorilla Biscuits. I appreciate it.
Completely against the Coomering.
It was pretty good. You did pretty well in that debate. I'm not gonna lie. I had the upper hand for a little bit, and then once you hit me on the lack of control part, it was like that was it. I couldn't even get back because you had separated self-control from the situation. So then I was like, shit.
When I hit you with what?
You're like, well, if he's a man, he should have control of his own body. Why would any man not be able to keep his foot from hitting the pedal just because a woman is touching his leg? And I'm like, she could fall on it. And you're like, okay, and I'm like, shit.
That was a good one.
It was good. It was fun. Freaking Anson.
I think you did good. I think it's a good system. I'm so sad that my debate was if fat women were beautiful. There's so many more topics. They're so good.
Oh, there are, man. There are. Like I have 5, 10, 14, 18, 23, 27, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 41, 45, 49, 53 prompts that I came up with. And it all just revolve around like pulling this up and then spinning the wheel, you know?
Yep.
And then whatever that comes up with, where, there's accountability. And like for accountability, I have 5. Do some homeless people deserve to be homeless? At what point does a woman put herself in a position to be attacked? Or should that be like an affirmative and a negative, right?
Yeah, you need it to be where people can take a stance on opposite sides. So it would be like
Can a woman put herself in a position?
I would change that to should a woman have the freedom to put herself in a position where she might be vulnerable?
Oh yeah, that's good.
Should women have the freedom to
put themselves in vulnerable positions?
In a vulnerable position, yeah. And then, should any group be a protected class?
Oh man.
Should the country pay for your student loans?
Holy.
Should females be held accountable for their past?
Oof.
What do you think of those prompts?
Those are crazy. They'll be heated. They're good.
Yeah. That was the goal, man. Get as many contentious ones as possible. Are men responsible to protect all women? That's another good one. Absolutely.
Yep.
All right. Protect women.
Women.
Protect the women. Yesterday, Tweaker was going to have a debate on whether or not we should respect people like complete leftist lunatics. My answer to that is no.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Should we respect complete leftist lunatics? And my answer is no. Doesn't matter if they're men or women. A woman.
Women.
Yeah.
A woman.
Should men die for women under accountability? Can you explain what that means? Just so, like, if I utilize it as a prompt, I can explain it.
I think
should men die to protect women?
Should men die for women? That's the question.
Should men die for women? That's a hard no for me.
It's a hard no if she's fat.
I don't know. I would die to protect my wife.
Okay. That's fair, right? But
I don't think indiscriminately they should, though.
Yeah. That's how I read it, I guess. It's just like, should I throw myself in front of a bullet for just some random chick on the street?
Gorilla Biscuits has a good reply. In what situation? There were U.S. police, firemen, and soldiers.
Yep. Yeah, because you couldn't say that soldiers who die in war aren't dying for the women in their home country, right?
Yeah.
They're dying for everyone's sake, but women are included in that group, and thus that's justified. Even if it's,
you can even take the affirmative in that and say that the country makes men die for women.
That's true.
Like it's.
Should women be responsible for making false claims against men?
Yeah, absolutely.
They should go to jail for a very long time.
Hey, Scott, how about this? Should false essay claims be treated as harshly as essay?
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Just an amendment to it. It's a great topic.
It is a good one.
Right to jail.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good change that Rude said. Held accountable. Should women be held accountable for making false claims against men?
Yeah.
I prefer your idea, Lord Class, when it's like should false essay claims be held or be punished as harshly as essay claims?
Well, that would be the balance, wouldn't it? That would be the balance. If you're going to make a false claim, you're going to be punished with the same thing you tried to get that person punished with.
100%. Yeah, eye versus an eye, or eye for an eye. You know, that's how I'd look at it. I mean, like that's not an absolute claim for me though.
Well, obviously,
no, it doesn't matter. We're not talking about. It's not gender. If you see the prompt, it's not gender.
Yeah.
This is why I called you a feminist. Okay, this is the reason why.
Me?
No, rude.
Oh, because women are responsible for false claims. Men don't make false essay claims. That's absolutely fair, bro.
No,
they'll lie and tell their boys they fucked someone they didn't fuck, but
what I mean is that there's no gender. False essay has nothing to do with women doing false essay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, by making it genderless, it's across the board.
Yeah. See, that's what I did for it. It was just, should false essay claims be punished as harshly as essay?
Yeah, I think that's a good prompt.
Because you know the woman. You have to protect the woman.
The woman.
The woman.
Gotta protect the woman.
We gotta protect the woman.
Should the media be held responsible for making the same claims?
Probably.
That would be an interesting, like, subtopic. You know?
I think there's there was a debate. I don't know if it's actually going to, but they were trying to make defamation claims criminal instead of.
Oh wow!
Instead of civil? Oh shit! Yeah. Well,
it's a better system, in my opinion.
I will say, defamation is incredibly hard to prove. Like it's a hard case. It's stacked up against you, but if you can prove it, I mean, I can see a good argument for that. I just, instead of sending someone to jail, I'd rather just take their fucking money. You know what I mean?
Well, the reason they want to make them criminal is that they cannot bog you down definitely with lawyers. That was
fair. That's fair. Yeah.
They were trying to. That's why they wanted. I think.
No, that's
trying to make it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. What time is it? I might just go ahead and end it here. I'm tired. I was up all night. And I was up this morning. I only got a few hours of sleep, so I'm gonna crash out. Emmett, Abe, man, thank you guys for coming in. Everybody in chat, thank you guys for coming and supporting today. It was a success as far as I'm concerned. I had a good time. How'd y'all y'all have a good time with everything? The format? Yeah. Awesome, dude. Let's go. Next one's gonna be on Tuesday. Tomorrow's the Bible study. I know where you stand on that, Emmett, but you know, Abe, anybody in chat, y'all want to come by and read the Bible with us, man? Come on through. Love to have you read the Word with us. You guys, please have a blessed weekend and stay safe out there, guys. Peace.
Before you leave, I want to say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Streaker, I'm gonna see you at Lower Mania #1. And I'm gonna beat your ass. Okay? I'm gonna beat your ass.
Okay, hey, wait. First, actually, before I cut this off, getting ahead of myself. Y'all, go over to my man Abe Dinkus's channel. Give this guy a like and a sub, please. This is my dude here. Emmett doesn't have a channel yet. When he has one, I'll be able to plug him. But in the meantime, guys, please look out for my bro here, man. Absolute legend. Always supports the channel. Please go on by. Give him a sub. We're all here to raise this tide together. And thanks, guys. Y'all have a great night, okay?
God bless.
God bless. Peace.